Okay. If I could call the meeting to order, that's great. I'm calling the meeting to order at exactly 9 a.m. and the meeting being the General Committee meeting of Wednesday, July 29th. And I do have regrets from Councillor Clark today, and Councillor Stone will be here, but he's been slightly delayed due to an accident ahead of him. Not Bob, not him. Sorry, I'm digressing all over. With that, Deputy Mayor Armour, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement statement?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we're on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robertson-Huron Treaty No. 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take action towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walk in the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Worship. And yes, I do have a pecuniary interest, or declaration of pecuniary interest on item 6.1.1 with the Huntsville Art Society.
Thank you for that. And so we do not have any invited and ceremonial presentations today, but we do have a number of deputations. So with that, we will start with 5.1, and we are joined by Maya Denis, Mackenzie Padfield, and Christian Hawk from Community Living Huntsville, here to talk to us about the Community Living Huntsville Youth Employment Program. Welcome, all three. Great. I confess I've been looking forward to this presentation. So happy that you're here. Okay. Oh, and Councillor Stone has now joined us.
Good morning, Mayor Alcock and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about Community Living Huntsville's Youth Employment Services. My name is Maya Denis, a youth job coach this summer at Community Living, and I'm here today with my fellow youth job coaches, Mackenzie Padfield and Sophia Markham. I'm also joined by Christian Hauck, a member of Community Living Huntsville's Self-Advocate Advisory Committee and a high school graduate who previously accessed Community Living's Summer Youth Employment Services. Community Living Huntsville is a not-for-profit registered charity that supports and advocates alongside more than 300 community members with developmental disabilities and their families in North Muskoka. Our vision is creating a community of belonging together. And our purpose is to promote meaningful choice and real inclusion for people with developmental disabilities so that people, families, and our community can thrive. Our youth employment services are one way that both our team and our community are bringing that purpose and vision to life. Did you know that according to the Ontario Disabilities Employment Network, the single greatest predictor of future employment success for a young person with a disability is having a paid job while they're still in high school? Yet, only 62% of Canadians of working age with disabilities are employed, compared to 78% of Canadians without disabilities, according to Statistics Canada. National research highlighted by the Ontario Disabilities Employment Network found that among young people, the gap is even greater, with more than half of Canadians aged 17 to 29 with disabilities being unemployed. These numbers represent more than statistics. They represent young people who are eager to build their confidence, find meaningful paid work, and contribute to their community despite also facing societal barriers to these goals. They also represent an opportunity for communities like Huntsville to lead by example through disability-inclusive employment opportunities. As youth summer job coaches, our role is to help motivated high school students prepare for what is often their first job, find meaningful paid employment, and provide on-the-job coaching as needed. We also work with local employers to strengthen their disability-inclusive hiring and workplace practices and connect them with workers who can do the job. Each summer begins long before any student's first day of work. In the late spring, we meet with participating students to build practical employment skills such as resume building, communication, workplace expectations, and professionalism. We then spend time getting to know them. Not just what job they would like, but finding out what truly matters to them. We ask them about their goals for the future, which may be getting their driver's license, attending college or university, saving for something they love, or living with independence in their adult lives. These conversations matter because successful employment begins with meaningful goals and meaningful choice. Once we understand each student's strengths and their interests, we are then able to support them in applying for jobs, preparing for interviews, and connecting with local employers. One of the greatest strengths of this program is our on-the-job coaching support, where we learn the student's workplace role alongside them, providing guidance, strategies, and encouragement, all while helping to ensure that the work meets the employer's expectations. Through every step, we aspire to cultivate the student's independence and encourage their growth as an employee. Our support aims to create a smooth transition for both the employee and the employer. Often as employment continues and the student's comfort and confidence grows, the job coach is able to reduce their support, encouraging independence on the job, which is the most exciting part. Every workplace opportunity demonstrates what is possible when someone is given the chance to succeed. This impact extends beyond the employee. Employers discover dedicated workers they may not have otherwise considered. Coworkers gain perspectives and experience working with a more diverse team. Customers see inclusion in our community. Every successful employment experience helps break down barriers and replace uncertainty with understanding, familiarity, and belonging. This is reflected in Canada's Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which identifies inclusive employment as a key priority for building stronger communities. In fact, Statistics Canada now reports 1 in 4 Canadians aged 15 and older has a disability, reminding us that inclusive employment isn't a niche issue. It's a community issue. Inclusive employment recognizes people as valued members of our workforce and economy, as well as of our community. Inclusive communities don't happen by chance. They happen when we intentionally create opportunities for everyone to participate, contribute, and belong. We also are excited to share that our youth employment services are no longer simply for summer employment. They now extend throughout the school year, allowing employment to continue year-round. While our summer services often provide high school students with their first meaningful work experience, ongoing job coaching throughout the fall and beyond will now allow youth aged 16 to 24 to find and maintain employment and continue developing workplace skills and build long-term success and connections within the community. This is exciting because employment is not simply about earning a paycheck. It's about independence, relationships, contribution, purpose, and belonging. Today, we would like you to hear from someone who has experienced this program firsthand. Christian Hauk signed up for the summer employment program while in high school. He would now like to share how meaningful employment has shaped his life and future. Thank you for joining us today, Christian. First, can you tell us what barriers you faced in trying to find employment in Huntsville?
Well, the very first barrier I faced was accessibility in the washrooms, just getting into buildings and like finding inclusive work spaces that I could work.
Yeah. And how did Community Living's Youth Summer Employment Program make a difference for you?
It helped me build up my confidence in talking to people and my resume, building confidence. It showed my former friends, also current friends, that no matter what you are faced with, you can overcome your barriers that you're faced with.
Yeah. And finally, why do you feel that our town needs more inclusive employment opportunities?
Because I think it would show other towns that they need to step up and show that not everything can be not accessible anymore. Everything has to be accessible to everybody, no matter what.
Thank you, Christian.
You're welcome.
Thank you for joining us, Christian, and for speaking. Today, we are asking the town of Huntsville to support inclusive employment. There are many motivated young people in our community who are ready to work, and we have highly skilled team members who are equipped to provide support for their employment success. What they need are opportunities. While many students in the summer program have settled into employment, a few are still struggling to find the right position. How can the town of Huntsville open the door to meaningful and valuable employment experiences for youth? By offering more part-time, flexible employment opportunities across departments, either in the summer or year-round as an employer. These opportunities would strengthen municipal services while building a more inclusive workforce and a stronger community. Now, this request is not only about youth with disabilities, as many workers who are eager for the opportunity to contribute to their communities could benefit from these inclusive hiring and workplace practices, and the town could benefit from their perspectives, ideas, and contributions. We respectfully ask that your committee support, in principle, more part-time, flexible employment opportunities for youth with disabilities and others within the 2027 municipal budget to help create more meaningful, inclusive, and valuable employment opportunities throughout the town of Huntsville. Please help us in creating a community of belonging together. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to building a more disability-inclusive community. Thank you.
I just want to say from the bottom of my heart to all three of you, that was a beyond fantastic presentation. I don't know how you get beyond fantastic, but I think it it describes how I feel. And one, you know, I was supposed to say you have 10 minutes, and you were concise, brilliant, all of those things, and I cannot imagine our committee saying anything other than a massive yes, we'll incorporate this into the budget of 2027.
Thank you so much.
The way you described how important it is, and how what a fantastic opportunity for the employer to, as you say, a more diverse a group of employees does nothing but benefit everybody. And so I just can't imagine a presentation that sets it out more clearly than you have. And I just thank you for it. So with that, I'm going to go to committee. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you, and I concur. I think the rest of the people speaking today should hire you guys to present their arguments. That was so well done. I love when people are breaking down barriers and opening doors for people that might not otherwise have them. But I want to speak, if anybody in the public is hearing this that might be considering this, as a past employer in my old life, we have employed community living clients. And I should tell you that the employer gets more out of it than the employee gets out of it, even though the employee gets a lot out of it. What I saw was on one of our places I worked with a big workforce, the community living clients actually were the hardest working employees we had. They showed up on time or early for every single shift, which doesn't happen with everybody these days. And the commitment and work ethic was beyond. So the benefits for the employer far outweigh the benefits for the employee, in my opinion. I strongly encourage anyone to consider using the program. But great presentation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. How many youth are currently being served through the program right now?
Through our youth employment services, we are currently servicing 10 students. Our employment services as a whole service over, I believe, Jen, is it 50 plus people? And it's only growing. Every year we get more students. Yeah.
Councillor Cluche.
Thank you for the presentation. It was fantastic. Being involved with the local junior hockey team, we get so much support from community living. It's unreal the amount of hours that we get from the people from community living that come out at our hockey games for security, working the door, from anything they're ever asked, even helping out with equipment, anything that we ask of them. They're there for us all the time. And it's been 15 years now with that team, and we've had their support from day one, and we try to give back to them as much as to the organization as much as we can. I got a question for Christian. what's the biggest hurdle you find living in the town of Huntsville? Growing up and living here, what's your biggest hurdle? Something that you'd really like to see us fix? Here's your chance.
Well, the sidewalk.
Yeah.
The sidewalks are the main thing, and especially on the big hills, make sure there's like not breaks in the sidewalk, but somewhere we can rest. And because not all of us can make it up in the hill on a hill in one shot.
Okay.
We have to have somewhere to rest in the hills in town. And I know we can't fix the hills, but
Yeah.
we
Well,
can
we had-
put
Good news is we have a new director. He might take a look at that. Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Alcock, and great presentation. I was a job coach for 7 years with Community Living South Muskoka, so I know the hurdles you guys go through. And of course, I've also heard the other side, being the chair of the Accessibility Committee here in town. Christian and I go back because I'm also a passport coordinator, so that's how we met. But yes, not so much, I guess, a question. You guys, so this is summer youth program. You said you've extended into the year. Do you have a connection with the high school to go in? Like when I was job coaching, we did like a soft skills type class, right? So starting in sort of grade 9 before they hit sort of that workforce year, are you able to partner with the high school and go in and do something like that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We did that this year, and we've done that in previous years, going into the high school and doing those soft skills classes, and then also running those in the library after school with other students who are connected with the program. But yeah, I think since it will be going throughout the school year in the future, we will be doing more connections like that and doing more presentations for those soft skills as well ahead of when people become of working age.
Perfect.
But yeah.
And then just a bit of a, well, not really follow up as much of a comment. What sort of came to mind for me is maybe connecting with you guys. The last week in May is always the National Accessibility Week, and we're always trying to figure out different ways to showcase, and that is a national component to advocate for people and employers and community organizations who have broken down barriers to accessibility and opening, opportunities for people in workplaces to make it more accessible. So it might be taking a note to sort of, for that time next year, to kind of create something that we can maybe focus and do some sort of more presentations on throughout the community.
Yeah,
that
that sounds like a lovely opportunity. Absolutely.
And then I did let Christian know that next term we have the Accessibility Committee. It's a 4-year commitment, but there is always opportunity to put your name forward and join that committee.
Another lovely opportunity. Thank you so much.
Always looking for people with lived experience to, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Armour, followed by Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Alcott. I'm just wondering, this might be for the CEO. Do we have a process in place, or is there a process in place you'd like to see us use when we're doing hiring or summer hiring and stuff like that, to notify you of jobs that become available that would fit perfectly in within your program?
A process for notifying us of openings?
Of
job
openings coming, yeah.
Yeah. Currently we use a lot of different resources, like the YMCA has a great job board, and you guys also normally post jobs on the website, so we just are always checking. But I think if there were positions that were specific to, we don't want, I think Jen might be able to answer this question better than I will. I'm going to call her up.
The other, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Now you're in trouble.
A process where the town can certainly work with Community Living Huntsville would be ideal. Really what the ladies said today is paramount. We really get to know the people that we support and their goals. So we're not just trying to find a job to give them a job, or find them a job that gives them excitement, that creates a relationship there. So ideally, what we would love is if you had a job that if we could know about it in advance, so we can know which person we support that would best fit that job. So if it's somebody who loves to work outside, who loves gardening, if we know that in advance, we can say to you, we have the perfect person to apply for that job. So any type of communication that you can extend our way in terms of giving us sort of a heads up would be ideal.
Jen, I'm just going to turn to our CAO for 1 second too, to add to that. And I appreciate those comments. They're great.
Thank you very much, Chair Alcock. So part of the plan, I do believe there is a motion coming before committee after the presentation suggesting that staff come back with a report. And we will definitely be working with the team to determine what that process looks like. And that would include notification of jobs that would fall within that area that you think would be acceptable for the individuals enrolled in this program. And I just have to say, I think if the mayor had a gold buzzer, she might have hit it today.
Well, I'm glad that
That's so true.
I'm glad you asked that question, because there are some people we support who find applying for a job online difficult. So if we can break that barrier and sort of open doors through a conversation, then that too would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morrison.
All right, and only because Christian's here, we can mine your brain for some perspective here. And Councillor Cloutier started this one. Councillor Stone's been working really hard on a sidewalk master plan, trying to get connectivity all throughout the town. And I was speaking with someone with similar accessibility issues, and they pointed out to me, and I want to know what you feel about this, that the current sidewalks with the blocks and the breaks, the blocks and the breaks, is somewhat, it's not great. And asphalt, just straight asphalt, is better. And she pointed out, imagine when you really have to go pee. They said you really have to go pee. It's like doing this, and then it really messes her up. So from your perspective, is it something, would you like to see more just asphalt connectivity as opposed to the current, some of the sidewalks that we have?
100%. Well, I'm already 20 and I'm already suffering from shoulder issues. Like, it's a big struggle for me to get up hills and like just around town in general. I have a motor that goes on the front of my chair actually that I have sitting outside that I have taken off today because I didn't know what to do with it. But also to go on to your question there, like applying in person is the biggest thing in a person's with disability because they don't know what they're getting themselves into. The employer doesn't know what they're getting themselves into. So if you apply online, you don't know what the person actually looks like and what their physical needs would be. You might think it's just mental, but it's also physical. So applying in person is a big thing for all of us.
I really appreciate that last question. Thank you, Councillor Morrison, because it was going through my head as well. And so, and I can't imagine a more definitive response than that, right? So that's incredibly helpful. I think we've done, I think everyone has asked something. I just once again reiterate the process. So we're further along than I had anticipated. We in fact have a motion prepared. And when we discuss that is under our new business. And I'm excited when we get to that motion. Just a last comment again is it's really wonderful to see the opportunity when you present something as well as you did today, and you have something that we can all hold on to, that you can actually make change quite rapidly. And so you've done that today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us today. Thank you.
Okay, so moving to our should I wait a minute?
Just give them a minute.
Yeah, I'll give them a minute. Okay. I would have, you're right, if I had a buzzer. Great. With that, we are moving to item 5.2, and we have Judy and Jamie Vanderveer here to talk about the OSR closure application at 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10. And welcome. Hey, welcome. Yes. And you have to, yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Good morning, Mayor Alcock and members of council. My name is Judy Vanderveer, and I'm here today with my husband, Jamie. We are the owners of 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10 on Mary Lake. Jamie was born and raised in Port Sydney, and I spent my summers working at the Port Sydney beach while attending college. We purchased our first home in 1987, and we proudly called this community home ever since. We raised our family here. We built our lives here and continue to contribute the community we care deeply about. Our commitment to Port Sydney and Mary Lake guides us in every decision we make. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today regarding our application involving the town-owned Shore Road Allowance ST 3025. Mayor Alcock, I would like to note that Mr. Bob McDermott, the Ontario Land Surveyor who prepared and completed the survey for this application, is present this morning. Should council have any technical questions regarding the survey, property boundaries, or ST 3025, Mr. McDermott is available here to assist. When we originally submitted our application, we intentionally chose the most modest approach possible. From the beginning, our objective has remained the same: to resolve a long-standing historical issue in a matter that respects both the town's interest and the public interest. While our original application reflected restraint, we also recognize the broader circumstances now before council may present an opportunity for a more complete and lasting resolution. This application is not about creating something new. It is about resolving a circumstance that has existed for nearly 70 years. The boathouse and its immediate surroundings have been continuously occupied, maintained, and cared for by successive owners of 1472 Muskoka Road 10 for approximately 7 decades. This historical circumstance was not created by Jamie or myself. It has existed through generations of property ownership. Over time, this situation has simply passed from one generation of owners to the next. In 1998, the town formally acknowledged this long-standing circumstance by issuing a perpetual license of occupation, recognizing the continuous existence and exclusive use of the boathouse. That license acknowledged several important facts. The boathouse had already existed for at least 40 years. It formed part of the use and enjoyment of the adjoining property. The town had no objection to its continued exclusive use, and those rights would continue with future owners, heirs, successors, and assigns. That license remains in effect today. The question before council is not whether this historic circumstance exists. It certainly does. The question is, how do we resolve it for the future? The existing boathouse is much more than a structure extending over the water. Our survey confirms this historic structure spans more than one jurisdiction. A portion extends over Crown land, while another portion occupies town-owned Shore Road Allowance. When these lands were conveyed to the township of Stevenson in 1923, their purpose was to preserve public access to Mary Lake, and we fully support that. Our original application reflected restraint by requesting only the minimum portion of town-owned Shore Road Allowance necessary to align ownership with this boathouse. Rather than seeking the entire parcel, we deliberately requested the minimum area necessary to resolve the historic occupation of the boathouse because we believe that approach best respected both the town's policies and the original public purpose of ST 3025. As additional information has come before council throughout this process, we recognize there may now be an opportunity to achieve more complete and practical resolution than the modest application we originally submitted. Should council conclude that a broader conveyance better services the town's long-term interest, we would welcome the opportunity to work through the town's established process to acquire the shoreline portion of ST 3025 necessary to place the entire historic boathouse on one ownership. This approach would transfer responsibility for the historic structure from the town to us, reducing future municipal administration while providing greater certainty for everyone affected. For nearly 3/4 of a century, it has functioned as one cohesive historic structure consisting of a 2-slip boathouse, an upper deck, an access ramp, and associated docks that allow the structure to be safely accessed, maintained, and enjoyed. During our research, the town's planning department confirmed that their building records identify as permit for a dock addition to our property sometime after 1974. Staff advised that prior records to 1974, the former township of Stevenson, no longer exist due to the municipal restructuring. As a result, it is simply not possible today to determine what approvals may have existed before that time. The staff report identifies that portions of the structure could continue to manage through separate license of occupation agreements. We respectfully suggest that council now has the opportunity to consider a more comprehensive and permanent resolution, one that provides greater certainty for the town while eliminating the need for ongoing administration of multiple licenses. The physical characteristics of ST 3025 are also an important part of this discussion. The entrance of the town-owned lands from Muskoka Road 10 is unmarked, largely hidden from view, and located between our property and the neighboring property. The land then descends into a steep, heavily treed ravine before reaching the shoreline. The access has never been developed or improved as a formal municipal access to Mary Lake. These physical characteristics have shaped the historical use of this portion of the town-owned property for generations, helping explain why it has remained largely unchanged and why its practical municipal use has always been limited. Mayor Alcock and members of council, when we began this process, our goal was simply to resolve a long-standing historical issue in the most respectful and practical way possible. As this application has evolved and information was submitted from various parties, it has become clear the council has an opportunity to bring this historical matter to a permanent conclusion. If council determines that conveying a larger parcel of the town-owned property better serves the town's long-term interest, Jamie and I are prepared to work through the town's established process to purchase the property to achieve a practical and lasting resolution, one that provides greater certainty, eliminates the ongoing administration responsibilities associated with the multiple licenses, transfers responsibility for the historic structure to us, and the uncertainty regarding the ownership and management of these lands. Our willingness to consider a broader conveyance does not represent a change in our objective. Rather, it reflects our willingness to work collaboratively with council toward the solution council believes best serves the long-term interest, while finally resolving this long-standing historical circumstance. Whatever council ultimately considers, we respectfully ask that the land surrounding the historic boathouse remain with our property, so that the long-standing ownership issue and purpose of this application can finally be resolved. We respectfully ask for your support in bringing this long-standing historical matter to a fair, practical, and lasting conclusion. Thank you for your time, for your thoughtful consideration, and for your continued service to the residents of Huntsville. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and I didn't need to say you have a minute left because you do actually have a minute left. There
I
you
time
go.
myself a lot.
And appreciate you coming in to speak to this application. As you know, we have
Yeah.
a staff report. I will ask committee, though, if they have any questions of you before we get to that report. Councillor Morrison?
Not a question for the applicant, but for aware that we have a surveyor in the house. So, Bob, just a question on the layout of the boathouse, and you've done the survey, I believe.
I did the survey, that's correct.
And what did you discover as far as the corner of the boathouse and how much of it sits on the town road allowance and the town shore road allowance that comes off the road allowance? And how much of it might sit on the shore road allowance in front of the neighboring property? It looks
Bob,
like
you
just
have to
front.
turn your mic on. Yeah, thanks.
There we go. Well, I happen to actually happen to have the survey right here. Oh, there's most of the boathouse, well, part is in the shore road allowance, and a fair bit of it is on Crown land. I didn't show the distance off of, at the time when we did this, the idea of the survey at this time was to purchase the shore road allowance and also delineate the lands that they own across the street. So what I did was I showed a distance from their property line being 12 meters, so whatever the width of that is. But it is definitely over the production of the lot line on the neighboring property. And that was shown on an underlying plan next door also that Mr. Thaler did some years ago. So yes, it is over the production of the lot line. But where it is actually lying on the bed of the lake, which is Crown land.
Okay, appreciate that. Councillor Klucek?
Hi, through you, Chair. I don't know if anybody here can, how far away is the next closest public access?
The beach?
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll direct that to staff.
Yeah, okay.
Right? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks very much, Chair. Quick question. So how long ago did you actually purchase this piece of property on the water?
We purchased the property in August of 2020 during COVID, or the cusp of COVID.
So during that time when the lawyers were all involved and looking at lot lines, et cetera, did they notify that time that it was sitting actually on town property or
No.
or Crown land?
No, there has been no designation of that at all through our lawyer. And through previous, there's two previous surveys. One was done in 1954, another was done in 1998, and nothing was shown during the title search, and nothing was disclosed from the owners that we previously bought for them.
Mhm.
So we were told that there was an entrance, that the entrance was actually down this roadway that goes down to the boathouse. That we were told that was the right of way, and that there was two stakes at the bottom of the boathouse that were 7 feet away. And on our title, it said there was a 7.7 foot right of way to the shore of Mary Lake, and that's all it said. So we believed what was told. And then we didn't get a new survey because during COVID. And then eventually we did get a survey once it was brought to our attention. And so we hired Bob, and it took quite a while because of COVID to complete the survey in the first place.
Follow up?
Just a quick follow-up. So really, you're just looking to fix something that's been there historically for many, many years, and that you have a license of occupation to use right now for free that can carry on forever if you wanted to, right? Okay, just wanted some clarification. Thanks.
All right. On that note, so the reason why you don't want to go on with the license of occupation, you'd just like to clarify, as you said in your presentation, have more certainty? Is that the rationale, Judy?
The rationale behind it is currently we have this license of perpetuity, which is fabulous. We didn't even actually know this until we met with town staff, and we were told actually in March. So this was all new to us, and it gave us like kind of sense of a relief that we have the perpetuity. But the problem is that we will never be able to get a permit without being able to own the land. And the boathouse is 70 years old, it is time for it to be, you know, we don't want it. It's a historic structure on Mary Lake. That's an important piece of history on Mary Lake. And we would like to keep it and maintain it and ensure that it's there for generations to come.
Thank you for that. All right. I don't see any other questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Schumacher.
Not so much a question as a comment. I'm sure that record sits in the old safe at the Stevenson Hall at some point or rather before 1974. We could maybe dig it up there.
Okay, good comment. All right. Thank you for your, and as you know, it's a report coming shortly. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, so we are going to our third deputation, and we have Savas Veratis here from Plan Muskoka with respect to an objection to OSRA closure application at 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10. Okay. Welcome, gentlemen. Okay.
I do have there it is. Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name is Savas Veratis. I'm a registered professional planner with Plan Muskoka, appearing today to speak on behalf of Diane and Murray Maddow, the owners of the neighboring property at 1494 Muskoka Road 10. We respectfully ask council to deny the application as currently proposed because, in my professional opinion, it does not satisfy the town's permanent highway closure policy and procedure and does not conform with the town official plan. So this diagram that I have here just shows what I've understood to be their closure application. What you see in red is to be closed and purchased, and it's to be added to the blue lands, and the green lands are the Maddow property. There's just some photographs of the boathouse looks like when viewed from the property line at the Maddow property, just for council's reference. The purpose of the application appears to revolve around an existing dock and boathouse that is being constructed on an original shore road allowance primarily in front of public lands, extending from Muskoka Road 10 to Mary Lake. The structure appears to represent a non-conforming situation because it's an accessory structure being located on lands that do not contain a principal land use. And the purpose for that is that there's a bisecting roadway between where the dwelling is constructed and the shoreline lands for this property, so they're disconnected. More importantly, the boathouse extends beyond what would normally be the projected side lot line of the applicant's property and encroaches over the projected boundary in front of my client's property as well. The application seeks to effectively acquire the public lands beneath the boathouse, so the majority of the boathouse would now be in front of private lands. It is my understanding that there's no proposal to adjust the existing structure to rectify the encroachment in front of my client's property. And just back to that diagram, you can see the boathouse is sitting sort of in front of that road allowance leading from Muskoka Road 10 to the water, and more or less blocks the entire width of it and projects in front of the Maddow property as well. And later in my presentation, I'll have a better diagram to show that as well. So looking at the permanent highway closure policy and procedure, the town has adopted clear criteria that must be satisfied before our shore road allowance can be closed and conveyed. Section 6.1 states that this lands should generally follow a straight line projection of the applicant's side lot lines. There is no irregular shoreline here that would justify departing from that standard. The only apparent reason for the deviation is to capture the existing boathouse. Section 6.2 also requires that closures not negatively affect property owners, neighboring property owners, or create conflicts with municipal policies or bylaws. Approving this application would effectively legalize an existing encroachment while leaving a structure immediately adjacent to and crossing the projected property line between two privately owned parcels. Finally, Section 7.1 and 7.4 require that the proposal conform with the official plan and the applicable bylaws. Since it conflicts with both, the application does not meet the town's own approval criteria. And that's the encroachment that we're talking about here today. So you can see that the corner of the boathouse and the corner of the front dock extending into the water lead in, or encroach in front of my client's property. And a portion of the dock that's sort of on the mainland as well, it does so as well. So moving on to the town official plans. The town official plan places significant emphasis on protecting public access to water. Section E5 recognizes that maintaining public waterfront access is an important community objective. Section E5(1) specifically states that road allowances leading to water should not be sold where there is potential for future public use or where suitable alternative public access is not available. In this case, approving the application would leave behind a remnant parcel of public land that has little practical use because its access to the shoreline would effectively be blocked by the lands being conveyed and by the existing boathouse. My client has also informed me that this road allowance currently functions as part of a snowmobile route during the winter months, demonstrating that the lands already serve a public purpose. From a planning perspective, the proposal reduces public access opportunities rather than preserving them, which is inconsistent with the intent of the official plan. So just wrapping up here in conclusions. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that my clients are not opposed to the applicant having reasonable waterfront lots or waterfront rights. They have no objection to the closure of the shore road allowance that lies directly in front of the applicant's abutting property, which is consistent with the town's policies. Their concern is with the additional conveyance of the original shore road allowance lying in front of the road allowance lands. Their preferred solution would be for the public to retain those lands while allowing any future boathouse to be reconstructed entirely within the lands lying in front of the applicant's own property. That approach would preserve public ownership and future public access opportunities while allowing the applicant to enjoy reasonable use of their waterfront. For those reasons, we respectfully request that council deny the application as proposed and encourage an alternative solution that better reflects the town's own policies and broader public interests. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Committee, are there any questions from the, yes, Councillor Morrison.
I guess a question, and just maybe some clarification with Savis, and maybe a question for Mr. Matto. I guess the pictures that were taken, was that on Mr. Matto's land, or was that on the shore road allowance that's currently owned by the town? I believe it was on the shore road allowance, right?
There is some ambiguity between like different survey plans that we've shown, that we've looked at for this. It seems like it's on Mr. Matto's property. I think his property extends to his shoreline. So he's standing more or less just inland from the edge of his property corner.
So I think that might be a survey question. I'm looking at aerials, and sometimes those lines are off when you look at aerial photos.
It's hard
right?
to determine it from
So it
there.
is hard to tell. So because if it is shore road allowance, then it isn't adjoining lot lines, because it would be all town along, all crown along
Yeah.
there, as opposed to adjoining lot lines to the neighbor. So that would be that would make a difference in the argument. And I guess a question, Mr. Matto, like when you purchased, I think I looked it up, you purchased in 2020 as well, somewhere around there.
We've owned coming up in just before Christmas, we've owned the property for
Okay. And so I guess when you did purchase, just get you turn your microphone on for people listening at home, the millions of people listening at home. So I guess I just want to, same thing that was asked to the applicant of when they purchased it. When you purchased it, were you aware that the boathouse was next door and that the boathouse might have been on town-owned land? What was brought to your attention at that point?
When we were speaking to our lawyer, he mentioned that on the survey, because our survey was a lot older and it didn't have as much detail in it, but he said there could very well be an issue with an encroachment of the boathouse. And did we want to look into it further? And we said no. No, we didn't want to be the bad neighbors. And be known in the neighborhood or the area for that. So we told them do not pursue it any further.
Thank you for that. That's great. Just trying to figure out where that lies. And I know Deputy Mayor Armour's comment earlier about what was brought up on title search. I know from my real estate days, there was a period where title search companies would be instructing lawyers not to do a full title search. Because ironically, if they do a full title search and discover a title issue, title insurance won't cover them. If you aren't aware of it and something comes up down the road, title insurance will cover you. So there's a lot of times when lawyers, as a realtor, I'd ask for the title search documents and say, well, we didn't do one. Like, what do you mean? Well, if we do one, then the buyer is at risk because if they discover an issue, it's not covered. So that might have been the case in this situation where there wasn't a full title search. The buyers weren't made aware of that. And I guess I'm just looking at it from my perspective. It appears that if we do come up with a resolution, there will be no impact on either neighbor because the existing use for about 70 years will continue. And it won't be something that's changing. It'll just be something that'll continue as it is. I wouldn't be in favor of anything that would change, but I just wanted to get your perspective on what you were aware of in 2020. So thank you for that.
Deputy Mayor Armour? Oh,
Sure.
my apologies. No, actually, Councillor Cluche had his hand up. My apologies.
I can think of a few, guys.
Yes, okay, no, it was Councillor
Thank
Cluche.
you. Just one question. The snowmobile trail, where does it come up? By the stairway?
Right beside the boathouse, there's a rocky shoreline that people who've owned used the boathouse built up. And it could have been for shore erosion for other reasons. But in the morning, it's, you know, I'm up at the cottage a lot. I really enjoy looking out over the lake and having my cup of morning joe, you know, with our dog in my lap. And I noticed different times that there were multiple snowmobiles coming down the side of the boathouse and going out on the snow. Now, it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes you can see multiple snowmobile tracks coming out that area. And it just turned out when I was talking to Marie Turner, she asked me, do you happen to have any pictures? And I just looked on my phone and I just happened to have a picture I think it's in the appendix of some snowmobile tracks. And the only reason why I have that is because it was a beautiful sunset. And my brother-in-law wanted to see it. So I took it, sent it to him.
But it's not an OF.
No,
It's not an OFC.
My
It's
understanding.
just a personal.
It's a
Personal, okay.
It's a
All
personal.
right, I didn't know whether it was an OFC trail or not. So.
Yeah.
Just, and that's fine,
Yeah.
that's fine.
And,
Okay.
And I understand that Marie Turner can
Yeah.
pinpoint that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. This one's for Savas, actually. If the closure creates a cleaner property boundary and resolves long-standing ownership issues, why is it not considered a good planning practice and a benefit?
Well, in terms of it doesn't resolve it all the way. It basically gives them lesser encroachment, the same encroachment over my client's property, but it resolves more of their encroachment and gives them the ability to reconstruct a structure directly right beside his property line. Where if it were to basically fall apart over time with just the license of occupation, it would be required to be reconstructed not in the same location, but within their own property lines, would actually give the separation distance the CPP bylaw requires from the property line to my neighbor's property, to my client's property. So I see it as like, this is creating a more permanent impact to his property than it currently exists, whereas it could be resolved over time just by allowing it to be reconstructed. Is that making sense?
Follow up? Oh, okay, all right. Councillor Morrison?
Yeah, just a quick comment on the snowmobile thing. And again, the encroachment thing, I don't know if even Bob would be willing to speak to it from a surveyor's perspective. I think it'd be valuable for us to know because from what I'm ascertaining, the encroachment is not on the neighbor's property. The encroachment seems to be on town-owned shore road allowance, which is a big difference, right? And on the snowmobiling, I did drive down there and there is a little roadway down that I believe is owned by the applicant. The actual road allowance that would lead to get to the lake by snowmobile is treacherous. I'm a snowmobile. I would never travel down the road allowance that we own to get to the lake. So it appears to me that if somebody's getting on the lake, they're doing it over the applicant's property and not over the road allowance. And I just want to know, is that your assertion as well, Savas, or
That's
Mr.
sort of
Udo?
what I ascertained from what I was told by my client, yeah. I don't think it was like from Muskoka Road 10 to the lake direct route. That's not what I was informed of.
Okay, you do, all right?
If I may,
You've
just-
thought about it
Yeah,
then,
just-
have you? Okay.
The portion of town land that runs down through there, like the gully or the ravine, is probably about 60 feet down, I would imagine, at least to the bottom. How far does that encroach onto the applicant's property, or sorry, the complainant's property? Like, it looked like you probably maintain a portion of the town property up there?
At the very, very top, of the town land. When we bought the property, it was maintained, the grass was cut, and I've just maintained that.
Okay, I think everyone has asked your question at this point, so you both know the drill. We'll be dealing with the report shortly under staff reports. Okay? Thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, so with that, we are moving to our final deputation, and we are joined by John Gallagher and Melissa Key to talk about the ORA closure at 1686 Aspen Road. And again, we have a staff report dealing with this later in the meeting. Welcome, both of you.
Been here once or twice.
I don't think I need to tell either of you, procedure or anything like that.
You better slow down that clock, though.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock and members of the committee. John Gallagher here on behalf of Tim and Melissa from Sandhill Nurseries and Garden Center. Just a little bit of background. Melissa and Tim had purchased this property quite some time ago, and in recent years, it's seeing a lot of success based on all the positive items that they've done. And this has resulted in some traffic issues that were raised to them by the town, the district, and the OPP. And so in an effort to resolve that issue, they approached the neighbor on the opposite side of the road allowance to purchase some lands to do a parking lot. And when we were looking at it, and I had taken a look at the property, it's a large lot. It's about 500 feet frontage on the district road, meeting the requirements, and planning was quite helpful in helping us get the severance approved. And we could have requested an entrance directly from the district road. There is an entrance right across the street, about midpoint of that property there. But I think what Tim and Melissa wanted to do was not allow a second access and focus it getting into the site, up into the new parking lot, and then exiting with some stacking. So the actual entrance coming the distance back off of the road allowance would be about 42 meters back, with another one closer up to the store. And so when we got that done, we were trying to get this resolved, and because it's identified as, it's also known as Plow Route 7, and so for a number of years this property has been maintained prior to the ownership of Melissa and Tim. And so the town does maintain it, but it's, in theory, I guess, not a municipal road. And so the request was made for the closure of that and aligning it with one of either the Sandhill property or the new lot, which they're suggesting we would do the Sandhill Nursery, because that's historically how it's been used. I will also let you know that there is another property further back. I think it was Ernie Eves' cottage, and they're the only other one that has access over there. And I believe staff in their report have suggested that the right-of-way would continue for that, and the new piece that's being severed. With the 23-acre parcel that they created, we did have Kevin from KPK survey out to make sure to see where the driveway was in relation to the road allowance, because no one had ever surveyed it in the past. And as it turns out, it goes all the way in there for a fair portion, then it deviates off of it. And so Kevin did his survey based on the depth of the severed lot. And just with regards to the report there, the total depth, it's basically a 100-acre lot that it was severed from. So there's 3,000, or sorry, I'll say it in meters, 15 or 10-15 meter depth. And the actual portion that we were closing is over 600 meters back, leaving an additional 409 meters. And when you look at the report, the price just for the first section is $133,000. Melissa and Tim have gone to great expense to buy that property to solve a problem that is now costing more and more money. So we basically requested that they not have to close the back portion. We were told because there's they would have to tie into the blind lines, the survey cost alone could be $8,000 to $10,000, and using the same calculation on the closure price, that would be about another $90,000 purchase if we had to purchase that. We understand that, in certain instances, I believe there is an exception in the policy that allows council to make the call on that. We can get an appraisal. I understand a lot of times appraisals come in lower. Again, we have no idea what the cost would be there. Melissa and Tim are trying to do something very positive. They're solving a problem at their own expense. I did speak with the director of operations at the district with respect to that approach prior to severing the land, and they thought it was a great idea that it all be combined on the entrance that currently exists there, because it gave more stacking up and it allowed the traffic to flow into the site. So we would respectfully ask committee to support our request to only close the first portion, and it aligns with the depth of the severed lot, even though a portion of it's not there. We understand this will leave a piece out there, but for the most part, if you look at all the 100-acre parcels throughout Huntsville, there's a lot out there that can't be accessed, but it's a moot point as far as I'm concerned. And I think Melissa wants to say a few words, so I shall keep my time to a minimum. And thank you for your time, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. And I did tell John that I didn't want to speak this morning, but then when I sat down and started thinking about it, it turns out I do have a lot to say. So thank you so much for your time this morning and over the last few days. We really appreciate you taking the time to understand this from our perspective. So Sandhill's been a very enthusiastic contributor to our community for the past 40 years. Between our Fall Festival and New Forest of Light, we believe we bring a great deal of joy and significant amount of tourism traffic to our community each year. And these visitors also support other businesses locally. Managing that growth well matters to us, and we think that it matters to the town as well. So the severance we're pursuing to add these 23 acres, specifically to address the parking, so that we can better handle the volume with less strain on the surrounding roads and neighbors. This road closure wasn't part of our original plan. It came to us as a condition of that severance, which John has mentioned. So having sat with it, we understand why the town wants Part 2 addressed as part of this. It's the portion tied to our application, and we hope that committee is open to working with us on fair pricing. We're prepared to move forward on that basis. When you look at the road allowance beyond Part 2, there's a portion that abuts our land and one other neighbor's. It's not serving our operation at Sandhill. The town has not been maintaining that portion, and there's no benefit or upside for us to purchase that. The furthest portion, as John mentioned, runs only along the neighbor's land, not ours. The town's own policy states that applicants have to directly abut the lands that they're applying to close. Staff's report says this portion doesn't meet that test. They're asking committee for an exception anyway, because otherwise the town would be left holding that landlocked piece. We understand that that is an issue for the town. We just don't think that it should be at our cost to resolve. If the town wants to explore that piece down the road, we're certainly open to that conversation, just not as part of today's decision. So we'd ask that Part 2, again, as John mentioned, move forward on a fair value basis so that we can stay on track with this project and timeline, and not the balance be considered separately on its own merits. Thank you again for your time.
One item that I wanted to add, because I still have a minute left.
That's okay. Okay. Go for it.
Just in Marie's report, the town has been maintaining this for a number of years at some cost, and that would be one cost that the town would no longer have to endure over time. And yes, it is a benefit to Tim and Melissa, but it will no longer be an expense to the town. Thank you.
Okay, you sure you're finished, John? You've got 48 seconds left. Okay, that's great. Committee, are there questions? Yes, Councillor Morrison.
Only one question to John from a planning perspective. The process as it's played out so far has moved along. We're getting close. If the second portion of the road allowance, if you're forced to purchase that and do the survey, could it delay the severance? I'm just thinking of the time being of the essence and making sure there isn't the chaos of the fall festival that happened last year. And maybe if Sandhill stops all their social media, we could avoid the chaos. But short of that, if adding in this extra piece and doing the survey, would it delay the severance and the goal of the initiative?
Through you,
John?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, it would definitely delay it. As we had the draft plan identifying part 2 on it, because we figured that would be the proper location for it. The other part to that too is that one of our other conditions is that we have to obtain the 5126 agreement from the district, and they don't allow you to apply it until you have the registered reference plan, which again will be another delay. So yes, Kevin and his crew would have to go out there, and I think he said it would be actually an additional 3 days to tie in the blind lines going north, east, and west, because that's what they have to do. Thank you.
Follow-up?
So I guess a follow-up to that is I completely support staff's position of wanting to also convey the extra piece, because Bob and I were on the town-owned lands working group. We have so many orphan pieces of land around that we just don't need. So I understand why, and I support that. I just wonder if there's a planning process way to do it that can be done separately if the owner commits to buying it, so that it doesn't tie into this current application, or is that just a big mess? Is that something that could be done totally separate?
John?
I think it would have to still go through the closure process, and you would actually have to legally describe it by getting a survey, and that was it. It was gonna, they've already paid for a survey just to do the lot, and they're having to do road allowance or road widenings to the district as well. They've identified the driveway, and so yeah, it would definitely be an additional cost. And I don't, if it were a matter of having a written description and being allowed to convey it that way, I get it, but I don't think the registry office would accept it. That's why we're having to survey it in the first place.
Which is why it was in the report identified that an additional survey would be required. Yes. Final follow-up?
And John, just because you're here, so I guess my question is more, so you've already surveyed the portion that was in the original condition. And technically, we wouldn't need to do any more work if we just stick to you guys buying that portion. So I'm wondering if we go forward with that and the applicant makes a commitment to purchase the remaining road allowance over the next 2 to 3 years, is that something that's possible, or would it just complicate things more?
Well, again, it's additional work that needs to be done, and it would be additional cost for nothing, because there's no use for it. The road deviates after part 2 at the rear end of it there, and the gentleman, there's only one other property owner, being the west side of the lake further up, and he's going to maintain his legal access the way it's always accessed the property. And again, I mean, the other option, would have been we get a license of occupation from the town, but then they'd have to remove their entrance with the umbrellas, and again, you're creating a destination there, and that's what it's evolved to. It's all over social media and the different magazines in Toronto. You can see mention of it, and so I think part of the bigger issue is they're generating revenue for the municipality indirectly through hotel stays and money spent in employment, and so yeah, I think it'd be hard to do that. And I believe that, like I said, there is that exception in the policy, and it's mentioned in the report that exceptions may be considered by committee for specific situations. So it's in the policy that you have the option to do it. And so that's why we're here, I think.
Thank you for that. Councillor Renwick, followed by
Thank you, Your
Councillor
Worship.
Schumer.
And through you, just a very brief question, but maybe this is to Melissa. Melissa, when did you start the process for this application?
I was not bringing that up on purpose. We started this planning last November in discussions with our neighbors. And John officially took it to planning January 8th. So it's been quite some time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, through you. I'm not opposed to just the portion at this point. Melissa did say if the need arises for them to take over that other piece or something expands, they would discuss it at that time. So I realize we're going to have a landlocked portion, but I think Melissa and Tim are very much committed, and I don't see them encroaching on the neighbor either. And then my biggest concern is the actual road itself and where the 80-kilometer sign is on Aspidon Road at the top of the hill right before Sand Hill. I think that needs to be moved every time I drive to Aspidon Road or Sand Hill. I just think that is the most displaced part where the 80 kilometers starts right before Sand Hill. So I'm looking at you, Councillor Armour, to take that back to the district, because I think that sign needs to be moved. And I think Melissa's on board with me.
Yeah, thank you for that. We'll have certainly follow up in the discussion when we talk about the report. And as I heard from the applicant and the applicant's representative, they're already in discussions with the district. And really, one of the primary reasons is this whole exit and entrance issue, which is what you're speaking to. So, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Chair. We could sneak down there one night and they'd never know we moved it. This whole application would have been circulated with everybody around the area, and there was no complaints or anything brought forward, even from the person who it would affect going to their cottage at the lake, right?
That's correct. And because it met all the criteria of the zoning, it was a staff approval in-house. It didn't come to the Committee of Adjustment for approval. And yeah, there was no objections.
Okay, Councillor Renwick, one more.
Thank you. Just a very brief question. Thank you, Chair. You had said that the entrance would still be the same on that same road, and then they would use the parking lot. Is the exit also on the same road, or is there another? Maybe John, you can answer. I think you answered.
Yes, so coming in off of the new driveway, when you come back from Aspidon Road, 42 meters. So again, they wanted to leave more stacking. You'll turn into the new parking area, and then there'll be a significant amount of space for parking and access aisles. And then we come out later on, we'll come out closer to the store, so there'll be even more stacking leaving the site as well. But the idea is to run it in, get it into the driveway, and then right into the new parking lot. And like I said, all this whole thing could have, I guess, been resolved if we put another entrance in it. But again, that's not, it didn't make sense. And
Okay, I think that's it for now. We have a report coming. Thank you both for appearing. And that is it for our deputations. And before I turn it over to Councillor Schumacher to take on the divisional report, I just have a quick announcement that I was remiss in saying the other night, and that is with respect to our new Director of Corporate Strategy / Treasurer. I had introduced our new Director of Operations, and so I feel it's really important to have everyone join me in congratulating Riva Frame on her appointment as Director of Corporate Strategy / Treasurer. Oh, don't. Oh, don't. I can see the arm going, oh, no. But I'm saying more. There we go. Since joining the town in 2019 as Deputy Treasurer, Riva has demonstrated leadership, strategic thinking, and a strong commitment to serving both the corporation and our community. Throughout her time with the town, she has played an instrumental role in advancing key corporate initiatives, strengthening financial stewardship, and fostering collaboration across departments. Most recently, in her role as Director of Corporate and Community Strategy, Reva successfully expanded her portfolio to include the economic development, marketing, and communications teams. Under her leadership, the team has continued to enhance how we engage with residents, promote municipal services, and communicate organizational priorities while supporting a wide range of corporate initiatives. Again, congratulations, Reva. So with that, I will turn it over to Councillor Schumacher to take on the Chair of Community Services.
Thank you. And they didn't give me papers today, so I'm going to wing it. So I have 6.1 Community Services, 6.1.1. Mr. Matt Huddleston is here to talk about report number CS 2026-7, Huntsville Art Society. Thank you, Jessica. I figured I was winging it well. Huntsville Art Society 2027 to 2030 agreement renewal. And I do have a motion, as Councillor Renwick has declared a conflict on this one. She was the mover, but it is now Councillor Cloutier and seconded by Councillor Morrison. Whereas the town of Huntsville owns and operates facilities at 37 Main Street East, Huntsville, known as the Civic Center. And whereas the town of Huntsville and Huntsville Art Society wish to enter into an agreement for the use of Partners Hall and Council Chamber wall space and the Civic Center for the purpose of displaying HOS members' artwork. Now therefore it is recommended that the town of Huntsville enter into an agreement with the Huntsville Art Society to establish the terms and conditions for the display of artwork in Partners Hall and Council Chamber effective January 1st, 2027 to December 31st, 2030, as outlined in report CS 2026-7, and further that the manager of Recreation, Culture and Heritage and theater manager be authorized to sign the necessary documentation, and further that the 2027 town operating budget reflect the financial impacts outlined in report CS 2026-7. And Matt is here to speak to it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time. First, I want to introduce a couple of guests that are in the gallery joining us today. We have Caroline Patterson, who is the board chair for Huntsville Art Society, and Karen Cassian, who's a long-standing member of HOS and is part of the gallery committee. So thank you both for coming today. The report you have in front of you today is an extension, a four-year extension partnership between the town of Huntsville and the Huntsville Art Society. As many of you know, when the gallery moved from the train station to Partners Hall, it added a significant area to the Algonquin Theatre. Brings people in specifically to just see the artwork, and that leads them to other areas, whether it's tourism or buying tickets to the theater. Monthly, the gallery changes, and we have artists from all over Muskoka that display exceptional artwork. If you haven't been down there right now, Elise has her gallery up, and it's absolutely phenomenal. So I'd like to thank HOS for that as well. Another important aspect that I wanted to bring up is the key to our partnership between the town of Huntsville and HOS. Thanks to constant communication, willingness to listen, coming up with joint ideas to help improve the gallery over the years, and we have done that. I would like to tell each and every one of you that it was an intense negotiation coming up with this agreement. It was not. It was a teamwork, sitting down together with Jacqueline, myself, Caroline, Suzanne, Allen, and it was simply just that. It was, what can we do as a team? What can we do better? What can we improve on? How we can get the mayor to buy more art. Sorry, Mayor, I had to say that as well. One thing is, again, in consultation with HOS, is what we've done is the rental rate for 2026 was $2,041.70. And the reason I bring that up is what we've come up with now to help HOS help support the artists moving forward, that this year it is going to go up. It's $2,093 and plus HST for 2027. The future increases will be solely based on the town's CPI trim policy. And we really think we're looking out after Haas. We're looking out after this incredible art community. And I'm very excited to say that as well. Another key point that I wanted to bring up that is in the report, it's commission on artwork sales. Now, the Algonquin Theatre and the Canada Summit Centre at this time to the end of 2026 collect a 20% commission, and that could go off a piece of art that is a $10 card all the way up to $500 or $600. Haas came to us and asked, with the new agreement, the removal of this 20% commission just for Partners Hall, not for the Canada Summit Center. I have to stress that. Reason being is this: when you take art into a regular gallery to display it, you hand that piece of art to the gallery. At that point, they are in charge of handling the artwork, hanging the artwork, simple things like stickering the artwork for the price, doing all the marketing and all the sales. In turn, the gallery collects either a 20 to a 40% commission off the artwork. What Haas has done is Haas comes in and the artists bring their artwork in. Karen Cassian and her team, Noreen Mitchell and Suzanne Allen, at that point, work with the artists and they do all the work. They hang the art, and let me tell you, it's not just a quick in and out. It can take the better part of a morning, better number of hours to hang the artwork. From that point on, we are supplied, being me and my team, supplied with all of the marketing artwork. We put that out. It's designed from Haas. They supply it to us. In regards to sales, again, we have QR codes placed in Partners Hall. Guests come in. We have emails and phone numbers for the artists, and they reach out. The client, prospective buyer, reaches out to the artist, and admittingly, Milan is there, my incredible front of house coordinator, to assist if there's any issues. But that process is also works seamlessly. So we were in agreement of why just in Partners Hall that 20% commission be waived. And again, it's thinking about the artists, thinking about how that works and how that affects them. The artists are paying us a 20% commission for their own artwork to sell when they are doing all the work. That's all the information I have to say right now. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Matt? Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Schumacher. And it's more of a comment. I'm really happy to see this report before us. I'm very happy about the change, about removing the 20% commission. I know how much work goes into hanging these shows. And I personally love the partnership that we have between the municipality and Haas. It's a benefit to everybody. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that in your comment with respect to the mayor buying more art, I can attest to the fact that I have been through the seamless process on numerous occasions. And I think, Matt, that your job was to prevent me from going through that process. So clearly you've fallen down in those duties. But I do actually just want to say I do support this. And I know a question has come up, though, and that is that the 20% that we used from what we received from the commissions, we put into our art acquisition fund. And so, well, I've gotten the floor. Sorry. All right. Do you want me to? I'll stop. But I was just, it was a curious one. Has there been thought about how we might replenish our art acquisition fund?
Through you, Chair, to you, Mayor Alcott. No, it hasn't been. I can tell you right now, just grab my notes, that currently the fund is sitting at about $8,800, and that's in the reserved. Based on the forecasted financial information for 26, we are hoping that will get up to $9,600. So again, collecting through Canada Summit Centre, I'm sorry, Councillor, I'm looking at you. Was your question? There's nothing in place right now to commit to that. The average yearly commission base, and again, it depends on the artist and what sells and what doesn't sell. It always changes. $1,900 a year. One year it did get to $2,000. Not a significant amount of money. I realized it is an amount of money, but again, full support of Haas and the artists in this case.
Was that your question, James?
That was a pretty good question I had, right?
I hope I answered it well for you, Councillor.
No, I totally support Haas, and I actually support this. You know, anything we could do to put a little bit more money back in the artist's pocket, because they're doing all the work anyhow, is excellent. So I totally support it.
No, I'm in agreement. The only thing is, like, yeah, when we had like the Brenda Wayne and Goulet pieces that did come available, having that kind of cushion sometimes to be able to acquire those is a nice thing. But again, it doesn't come up too often. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. Through you, and kind of to the same vein, I support the removing of the 20%. I think the way it's set up now, it's almost like the artists are giving us money to acquire art, you know, kind of filling that fund. So I don't like that. I was surprised to know, even when I was putting on concerts, I didn't realize that venues and people like myself were allowed to charge 20% of merch sales from artists, which I had no idea, and I don't agree with it, because music is art too. And then the artist would do all the work. If I provided a merch person, they would pay some minimum wage labor. So I don't believe in taking 20% cut. I support this change. I think it cleans things up, and it's a great thing.
Okay, no more questions for Matt. Then I will call the question. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And now, because I have my paper, I know that I get to turn it over to Divisional Reports for Operation and Protective Services Fire. Councillor Fitzgerald will assume the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Schumacher. And we have Steve Markham and Grant Murchison, and they're going to talk to us about a little prevention. This report is for information, just an update. So welcome. I'm going to see Chiefs joining them right away. And Paul, you're going to join us later. All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald. I guess just a quick reason why we're here. Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've always reported to the Governance Committee, and we feel that the Council, I think they kind of know what we do, but they don't know exactly everything that we do. And where it resonated with me was back when Councillor Cloutier, Councillor Renwick were at a conference that we held at Deerhurst. And I was emceeing, and the people at the front, the guest speakers, were asking questions, and it was for the politicians, and they kept looking at me because they would say, you know, do you have a community risk assessment? And they had no idea. And it's not their fault. It was the fact that there's a lot of things that the council doesn't know that what we do. So they would look over at me, and then, sorry, CAO Corey was there as well. And all three of them would turn their heads and look at me to see if this is something that we did, which was fine. But kind of why we're here is to, you know, just let you know that we just don't fight fires. There's a much larger picture to this. So I will, I'll stop, and I'm going to let Steve and Grant talk a little bit about the prevention portion, and then Paul will come up and do operations and training, and then you can take
Thanks
away.
for that, Chief. And when all the councillors and the CAO looked at you, you nodded your head like this every time.
I did.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. My name's Steve Markham, and I'm one of the fire prevention officers here in Huntsville. The prevention division's made up of the two of us. It's Steve Markham and Grant Murchison. And our main goal is to reduce fires and keep people safe in Huntsville. Like Gary said, we're guided through a community risk assessment. And every 5 years, the province mandates through the Fire Protection and Prevention Act that we have to do a community risk assessment. So 5 years ago, we had a third-party consultant come in and do it. And last year, actually 2 years ago, we decided that we would do that ourselves in-house to take a look at the risks that we have and look at the high, medium, and low risks. And that's how Grant and I look at doing our inspections, inspections and education through the town. It's gone through three pillars. So we do public education first. We're always trying to educate. Then we go through fire code inspections and enforcement. And then we also have to do fire investigations whenever anything does happen. So through that, we don't only just look at the community risk assessment, we also work with the building owners and the managers there. We talk to the vulnerable occupancies, all the community groups, and we'll also talk to the suppression crews as well, just to see what they're seeing in the calls that they're attending. So first, we just talk about public education. We want to make sure that we're targeting our programs. We develop them based on what we see that's happening. Like a really good example, as we saw an increase in fires with oily rags. It's something that spontaneously was combusting. We had 4 fires in our community that were started this way. So we started educating the public if they're doing any kind of home renovations with staining, you have to make sure that you're doing things properly. We're also going around to the businesses that have oily rags in their process, making sure they have proper containers and that they close. So it's doing stuff like that, not just going through the motions. We're making sure that we're doing things that are going to help. We do tons and tons of community outreach. You probably see on social media all the time that we have different station tours and open houses. We're constantly at daycares, and we've started doing extinguisher training for businesses and people around the community. We're also starting to do fire smart assessments. There's a lot of people contacting us just to make sure that their homes are safe. And then we're also in charge of doing the prevention part of the recruit training as well for the new firefighters that are coming up through the ranks. And then we're also in charge of the public information. So we're constantly on social media. You'll see us on updating information on the website, radio and video messaging. We're responsible for going around making sure that the danger ratings are updated regularly. And we're the ones that are actually communicating that to all of the municipalities in Muskoka. And then we're looking at emerging hazards. Lithium-ion batteries are something that people are really thinking about recently. So we try to address those concerns before they become something in their home. So turn that over to Grant with the inspections.
Excellent. Thank you, Steve. And when we move from education, which is all about trying to prevent the fire and for what the human behavior to do when a fire does occur, we also look at how to enforce the fire code and educate people on the requirements of the fire code. Now, the fire code, the main goal of it is to prevent fires, but a bigger impact of it is mitigating a fire once it does occur, right? So we may not always be able to prevent a fire from occurring in someone's home, but we can make sure there's working alarms so they'll know about it and be able to leave. So when we do fire safety inspections, we target based on the community risk assessment, a lot of our commercial and multi-unit residential buildings. That's on a risk base. So we look at the size of the building, the number of stories, and the frequency of fires in it. We also are mandated by the province to inspect what we call vulnerable occupancies. These are our retirement homes, long-term care, hospital, and group homes. And of course, if we receive a concern or a request from either a person who works at a business or attends it, goes inside of it, we also conduct fire safety inspections on that basis. We get a lot of inspections where we're assisting property owners with retrofitting their property. So it could be a business or an apartment building that has existed for many, many years, which was not provided with the basic fire safety requirements. And so we're assisting with them and bringing that up to a level that is acceptable here in Ontario. We work with the building department to do pre-occupancy inspections to help make sure that certain requirements for new construction, which aren't covered in the building code, are addressed by us before the building starts functioning and is given its occupancy permit. Other things as well include vacant buildings. There is an increased risk of a fire in a vacant building as it's not secure. So we do work with the property standards and bylaw to make sure that these vacant buildings don't pose a fire hazard, as they also pose a hazard to firefighters who have to respond to them. We do a lot of plans and permits review, both working with the planning department, the building department on new proposals and new construction permits, as well as things like fireworks, fire safety plans, and making sure that the basic infrastructure to protect a building, such as the fire hydrants, the dry hydrants required by building code, are maintained by the property owners when it's not maintained by the district. Lastly, a lot of our work that we do, when we do a physical inspection, there is a administration time that comes after that. We have to document everything. We have to create reports, generate orders. And this is very important for the history of an occupancy, so we can carry that forward as our fire department grows and then be able to look back on why certain code enforcement measures were taken in the past. But we have to coordinate with both building, the district, and other fire prevention officers within the district to make sure that we're incorporating best practices and making sure our documentation is up to what's required. Now, when all fails, when a fire does occur, and hopefully the occupants were educated, they knew what to do when that fire happened. Hopefully those systems were in place required by code, but we do sometimes have a fire where we have to investigate that. And our purpose of our investigations aren't to attribute blame to why a fire happened. It's to attribute where the fire started in the building and what caused it. And the reason we do that is that we can refer back to the CRA in that next 5-year interval and target risks to the community again, based off of what we find during the investigation. So investigation is what we use, what's called the scientific method. It's very in-depth, requires a lot of training and education on the behalf of the investigator that continues over their career. We have to go and fully examine the scene. We have to remove all of the debris, bring it back to how it was before the fire as best as possible, and try to figure out, using that scientific method, what occurred. We have to interview and analyze different witnesses to the fire, surveillance footage, and again, keep all of that in a way. We have to look at the fire protection systems to see if they worked or did not work and why. And then, similar to inspections, we have a lot of reporting and legal preparation we have to do. We create a 15 to 30 page investigation report, which can lead to legal proceedings or could be used in a civil lawsuit from the property owner if there is an issue with another property owner or tenant, for example. And as I indicated before, it's all about identifying fire cause trends in the community, so that way we can go back to education and try to prevent more fires from happening.
Okay, so we were asked to look at some of our recent successes, and luckily it was pretty easy for us. We've had some really good things happening. A couple of years ago, we applied through Enbridge to get smoke alarms, and luckily Huntsville was successful in getting those alarms. So we got about 280 alarms that we were able to get promotional material out there so that we can get them into people's homes. I've had a lot of success with the schools and using their Seesaw program, where the teachers communicate with the parents. And what I do is I'll do home escape plans with the kids, because they're really, really good at school. They all know what to do at school, but they really don't know what to do when they're at home. So I make sure that through this home escape plan that there's a little checklist to check your alarms and make sure that everything's working. And through that, I have my business card and a picture of the alarms that are free and a judgment-free assessment that can go. And we've been able to get into people's homes that haven't necessarily been able to afford those alarms, because we know that they're a couple $100s each, and being able to have a combination smoke and carbon monoxide alarm put up on every level of their home, we know that they're safe. And we've actually seen success from that. We've had calls that have happened only because the CO alarm was detecting the CO in that home after we installed it in their home. So very, very good, successful program. We go through with seniors, work with social workers as well, making sure that who needs them, we're able to get them into their home. And we don't want people with disabilities or accessibility issues getting up on ladders necessarily. I've had somebody that actually fell off a ladder and shattered their elbow, not knowing that it's a service that we provided. And I went in and was able to help them out after the fact, unfortunately. But we're just trying to get out there and make sure that people know that we offer that. We've been getting into the VO drills, the vulnerable occupancy drills, like getting really realistic drills. We worked with the hospital last year and actually had everybody but, like, it was just the main management that were at the hospital that knew of it. Nobody else knew this alarm was going to happen. So they had a full-scale alarm happen. 911 dispatch was notified, like they actually called 911, but they were in on it. We had a full crew that was able to respond. They were able to hook up to this to the hose cabinets in the hospital. Everybody had to react the way that they would in a real scenario, and it really helped us figure out where we could improve with the staff. And we've been working with the long-term care homes and the retirement homes as well, getting these more realistic drills. We've been providing fire extinguisher training to people for the town, for businesses around, and two really good successes is that one retirement home and one of the long-term care homes both had small fires last year, but we had both gone in, done training, and both of those fires were extinguished by people that we trained with extinguishers before they actually turned into anything. So major success there. And then the fire safety plans that Grant and I have been reviewing, we're really making sure that they're high quality plans, that the staff know exactly what to do in an emergency. Most of the people that always had fire safety plans, they're the boxes that you see in the front of businesses or hotels. They always thought they were for the firefighters, but they're actually for the staff that are there. It's what they do in case of an event. It tells you exactly what you need to do step by step. It does help us because it has contact numbers and keys in those boxes, but we're making sure that those people know exactly what to do in an emergency, and it's been working out really well. And our crews have been seeing more successful evacuations and just the communication to those crews when there is an event. So
we do have way more successes than we do have challenges, but there are a few challenges that do face our division. We see an increasing inspection demand as the town gets bigger, as the buildings get older, and as people become more concerned about fire through education and hearing about recent fires in the community. We get an increased demand to help people make either it's their house or their business be more safe. And that overall is a good thing, but it does increase our number of inspections we have to do every year. We see new risks that are unpredictable, things like lithium-ion batteries, the wildland-urban interface, and again, those older buildings. We have to be constantly educating ourselves on not only new risks, but what to tell the public. We don't want to give them incorrect information, but sometimes it takes a while for the research to be done on things like lithium-ion batteries, on what is the message, what is the right thing to do. Through Steve and my efforts on public education, we're seeing a lot more requests for events. And there's been times where we have conflicting event requests on the same date or the same time. And we also see a limited ability for the volunteers as their call frequency increases, as their training increases. We have to compete for their time to assist us with public education and code enforcement. So we have to balance that. But we do use the volunteers to help us, but again, they do occur during the day generally or on weekends and sometimes on statutory holidays when they're not necessarily available to assist us.
Are there, I guess we could, if there's any questions for Steve or Grant before we move on to Paul and myself?
Thanks, gentlemen, for informing us. Interesting comment about the fire safety boxes, that they're for the people in the building, not only for your use. So that it surprises me that there's more employers that don't educate the people in the building about what we should do in case of a fire. So questions?
Through you, Chair. Great job, guys, as usual. Community's pretty safe with you guys in charge. I just have a question. Because you do businesses and hotels and everything, is it mandatory in our short-term rentals to get inspected before they get a license?
Go ahead, Grant.
Through you, Chair. The short-term rentals in Huntsville, they do go through a comprehensive inspection from the bylaw and the short-term rental coordinator, who, from what we've seen, sometimes responding to buildings that have alarms, calls, or incidents at them, they are doing an excellent job of ensuring the alarms are compliant and they're where they're required. And when we look at the false alarm, historical false alarms in the town, many of them do not occur inside of a short-term rental. We see only a couple every year that occur in a short-term rental, and they're generally repeat offenders from security style fire detection systems.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Fitzgerald. Do we do a test drill here at any point? I may have been at the theater for one or two, and people are going back for their purse and, all kinds of stuff. I'm just kind of curious.
Yes, through you, Chair. Yeah, we are actually in the process. I think I got the email 2 days ago about doing our next annual fire drill. So yes, we do. And then we actually do a debrief afterwards in here, just about what went well and what we can improve. We actually had a pretty funny story the last time with the CAO and an evacuation plan. We actually planted some people here with disabilities and just creating different things that could happen, because you're always thinking about your staff, but you're not always thinking about the public that are here. So we're just trying to create scenarios that are more realistic as well. So
interesting. I think I'll go to Deputy Mayor Armour and then to CAO Corey. You want to hear?
Thanks, Chair Fitzgerald. My question has to do with the burnout aspect. Being a first responder myself for many years and a volunteer firefighter for many years, the training level you're at today, the attention that they need to bring to each fire scene, but also their own, leaving their personal life and having to attend fires and the training aspect. And it's got to be hard for them to balance their lives. So what do you do internally to keep them up and support them and their families?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to Deputy Mayor. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy Chief talks a little bit about the burnout. Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about it at the end, but it's a huge issue for us right now. And you're going to see the challenges that we're getting. Our members are, they're responding to hundreds and hundreds of calls compared to when you and I were on the volunteer department together. And then the training, the stuff that the province is pushing down to the municipalities is unbelievable. So 100%, our biggest concern is burnout for our members. And as they mentioned, that the volunteers are not able to assist with some of the events that we're having. So we're having to, say no to people or come up with a different plan. So we will talk a little bit about that, yes.
Thanks, Chief. Follow up?
Yeah, the only reason I brought that up now is I consider that part of prevention. Keeping your volunteers working too. Right? So thanks. Thanks for the answer.
CAO Corey, we want to hear the story.
Thank you very much, Chair Fitzgerald. So full disclosure, I failed terribly. And it's just a reminder, it's good. It's just a reminder how important it is for ongoing training and education. So I feel that I was very well versed in our fire protocol, and I was trying to get the gentleman with the crutches down in the elevator to the main floor when the fire alarms were going off. That is not something you should do. So bottom line is it's really important to do the ongoing training, and this team does a fantastic job. So I have since re-educated myself in the process.
Thanks for sharing that, and I'm sure you'll do better next time. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you. I think it was, you brought up disabilities, so of course I am going to go there. So yes, our accessibility committee, we meet AODA standards by having the elevator, but of course the reason we cannot have the committee in this room, I understand, is because of fire code and the way that things go, because of the need for someone with a vulnerable aspect to vacate the premise. So if we had, say, 3 people on the committee in wheelchairs, we would need trained staff, is my understanding, sitting in the audience or available if such an occurrence happens, which is why we meet in Partners Hall and take away the HOS people's ability to do art at that time. But can you guys speak to that? Because I think that's the thing. A lot of people look at it and go, we meet AODA compliance, why can't we have a meeting, where we're supposed to? But I understand fire code kind of supersedes that.
Who's taking this one? Grant.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. It is a very important question. It's something we're very passionate about. When we go to different condo buildings, apartment buildings, we speak very commonly about how do we achieve fire safety for everyone in the community, regardless of their age or their limitations. And here in this building, it is an assembly occupancy, so it's required to have that fire safety plan. That fire safety plan is required under law to have a section there on procedures to assist those in evacuating who need assistance, right? And that procedure is very can vary from building to building based on the building's design, age, and the equipment and the staff on site, right? So, for example, a long-term care home or the hospital, they have very detailed hands-on procedures for how do we remove a person who can't walk out of their hospital room on their own, right? It's very hands-on. They move them with force sometimes, right? But here in the place of assembly, we do have to balance that, right, with the community and the staff that are on site. So in that long-term care hospital, the staff get regular training. They're trained on how to move someone carefully and lift them without injuring the person or themselves. And it can be difficult to do that in this type of setting where the staff might change day to day. Evacuating people isn't something that they generally do in their job description and in their day-to-day duties, right? So it would be something that we'd have to balance, like using the HR and how people are trained with the fire safety plan to make sure the plan is realistic.
Thanks for that. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, just a quick question on the prevention. I love that going into some home prevention is great. You talk about lithium-ion batteries. Is there anything specific to those new power bank chargers educating? I know that they're causing fires in airplanes, homes. My son goes around when I'm using the power bank. I've got it plugged in to charge the bank so I can take it out of the house. As soon as it gets to 80 or 90%, they're whipping it out of the wall. Because if it gets over 100, it could cause a fire. So I don't know if that's something that's in there or it's something to consider to educate youth and old people like myself.
Yes, so through you, Chair. Unfortunately, the fire code doesn't have anything about lithium-ion batteries yet. It's such a new emerging technology. We do a ton of education though, and a lot of it is preventable because it's where you're purchasing these products. Unfortunately, a lot of us are buying things on online sites from places that not necessarily, they're not being tested. So we're constantly having to make sure that they're CSA approved or UL tested. And that's part of our education and talking to the youth. Unfortunately, a lot of the kids that have tablets or phones, they're hand-me-downs that have already been dropped a bunch of times. And then they're secretly maybe watching something at night, and then it's being stored under their covers where it's not being vented properly. So it's starting this education very, very early. And it's just trying to get out there in the community. Fire Prevention Week will be talking about a lot of the lithium-ion battery prevention, just making sure that they're buying the right products. And we've had a lot of experience working with the insurance companies too, because they have a lot more resources than a municipality where they have engineers and they have x-rays and they can tell us what the trends are. It's just constantly educating ourselves to know what we can then pass on to the public as well. But unfortunately, it's such a new technology that's growing faster than we can really keep up to. And the fire code is usually years behind what they can do, because to put it in law, it's a different little story. So we just do our best to make sure that people are educated as best we can. And so we started very, very young.
Thanks for that, Steve. Any other questions or comments? Well, we have Grant and Steve still here. I think we're going to thank you very much. We appreciate everything you do and sharing that with us, because there was some information I think people heard for the first time today. So very much appreciated. Keep up the good work. Paul, you ready to come up? And
again today. Yes, I think we're making up for lost time for not being in front of council because of the Fire Governance Committee and stuff. So thank you for enduring today. I'm here to speak in regards to training and operations. As robust as our prevention and inspection program and public education is, Unfortunately, we can't prevent everything. And the fire department is often referred to as the default emergency service. So when people have an issue and they really don't know what it is, sometimes they call the fire department. And I've kind of changed my thinking on that. We're not the default to, we're the go-to. It can range from a lithium battery fire, an EV fire, a structure fire, a rescue in the water, but it can be as simple as pipes have burst in someone's basement at 2 a.m. and they don't know who to call. And so we respond to those as well, and we shut their water off for them, and we instruct them to hire a plumber. So it's quite a variety of stuff that we are engaged with. Unfortunately, our training officer, Nick Brookser, could not be with us this week. He's enjoying a well-deserved break, week off with his family. And so we were here a month ago in front of the General Committee, and we spoke to certification and a lot of training then. So we'll just kind of move through that a little bit, where in regards to training, who are we? Well, it functions under my supervision as the Deputy Fire Chief. We do have an org chart within our fire department. Ultimately, Chief Monahan is responsible for everything, but he does need help from time to time, and that's why we're here. So the training division does fall under my purview, and it consists of our training officer, Nick Brookser, but it's supported by a team of fire instructors that are from within our volunteer membership, and I can't stress that enough. Chief Monahan and myself were former training officers within our department, and when we assumed those roles, we delivered, I would say, 80 to 90% of the training within our department. That was everything that we did. Times have changed, and because of the amount of training that needs to be delivered, it can no longer be sustained by one person delivering that amount of training to the 50 members that we have in our department. And so it cannot happen without the volunteer membership that we have that step up weekly to deliver training within our ranks, and even to members outside of our department as well. So that's a large part of what we do. And you can see there all the stuff that includes, right from recruit training all the way to wildland firefighting. And I know that's on our psyche, obviously, because of what's happening around the province, and we train robustly in all of those disciplines that you see there. So it's quite a wide variety of calls that we get sent out to. What we do, well, we're responsible for the training of all of our fire department members, and not just the volunteers. Everybody that's sitting around this table today, if I want to continue in some training or certification, I work through Captain Brookser. That's just the way our hierarchy is and the structure that we have internally. So it is a responsibility for all of us. And our objective, as you see there, is to make sure that we're ready, that when our pager goes off, that we can do our job safely, and that we can do it effectively, but also we're supporting the 3 lines of defense. We don't work in opposition to our prevention office. We work in tandem with it. And I can't say that for a lot of fire departments. There are fire departments out there that have opposition because, let's face it, if prevention's doing their job, operations doesn't have to do theirs. And we got hired for a reason, and we like to go to work. And when we don't get to go to work, we get jealous sometimes. But I can tell you that within the Huntsville Fire Department, there's a great working relationship between the 3 lines of defense, and we support each other on a daily basis, and it works really well. We also assist with the overall function of the department in areas such as equipment and policy creation. Training has their fingers in everything that we do, and so it's a really important division within our department, and they have a big say in how we move forward. Successes that we have. Well, first of all, I mentioned the instructors, but it's that increased internal instructor development. COVID, as bad as it was, had some silver linings, and part of that was forcing us in a way to transition from what I had mentioned of one single training officer to having multiple instructors within our department. We had to move to smaller groups. We could not train as a group of 30 at Station 1. We had to break into groups of 4, 5, and 6 and operate in that function. And we've continued in that format since the 2019-2020 era. And what that did do for us is that actually aligned us with the majority of fire departments within the province. That really is the structure that was used on career and volunteer side. It didn't matter. So it took some of the burden away from the training officer of the actual delivering, and now they could work on developing the program and work on the scheduling and the creation and filling gaps of what we needed as a department. So it's really expanded that for us. We've improved our documentation. You've heard us talk about First Due, a records management system that we moved to about 3 years ago, and we fully migrated to now. We took a data management system that we'd had since 1995, I believe it was. 92. And it served a purpose, but like anything, there's always room for improvement. And First Due is a massive part of what we do as a fire department today. You'll see it come up a few times today. And then also Nick has been responsible for developing that comprehensive training program. It takes 4 years. It's a 4-year cycle now for us to train twice a month and meet all of the regular objectives that we need to meet certification, and also just to meet regulations from the Ministry of Labor to make sure we're compliant with the job that we do. It's a 4-year cycle that we've come up with. That's the amount of effort that needs to go behind in order to keep our members current. Some of the challenges that we're having, well, is the increased training requirements. We were here, as I say, a month ago and talking about certification. That did place a little more of a burden on not just the training department itself, but also the volunteer members and the amount that they have to train. We moved to, as I just mentioned, 2 training sessions a month for both of our stations as opposed to just 1. So a member went from 11 training sessions in a year to 23, I believe it was, on our annual schedule now. So that alone, that's just monthly training. That has nothing to do with call volume, has nothing to do with certification. That's just their monthly training to stay compliant. We've increased our focus on low frequency, high risk events. So these were things that we weren't really getting at on a regular basis because we weren't training enough, but because we've increased the training events, we now can focus more on rescues, multi-story training as our building stock changes within the town of Huntsville, things like that we're moving towards. Our increased administrative workload, as great as First Due is and as beneficial it is for us in collecting and maintaining data and all of that, someone has to manage it. And each of us have our own little areas of responsibility, but it's a powerful tool for us, and it takes some time to manage it. And we do a good job with that, but it does obviously change our workday a little bit. And then certification that we spoke about last month, that has added obviously to the training department and what we have to do with our volunteers to make them compliant. And then along with that, new equipment and technology. Our stations now have, just as examples, they're Garmin handheld GPSs that were introduced just this year. And then also hydraulics. We went away from a hydraulic auto extrication equipment to battery powered hydraulics, which makes us more mobile and we can do more with them. So as new technology comes out, we have to keep our members trained on those as well on a regular basis. And that again just adds to what the training officer needs to do. So it's a busy place for Captain Brookser. So we move to operations, who we are. Again, as the deputy chief, I'm responsible for the operations of the department. Training and operations, as you can imagine, go hand in hand. They can't have one without the other, so to say. And we do have, as we speak today, 50 active members. That consists of 2 station chiefs, 6 captains, 6 lieutenants. You'll see driver operators there. A driver operator on our department is a rank. And really what it is, it's a firefighter who has been certified to not just drive a vehicle, but can operate a vehicle that has a pump on it. We have a policy within our department that you can't officially drive to emergencies until you've been on for 3 years, just so that they get to know the job a little bit and they understand how things operate. It's a big responsibility, as you can imagine, on an emergency scene, so it takes a bit to get there. So it's a real stepping stone. Those are often our future officers within the department, so it takes a little bit to get there. So that's really who we are. What we do, as I mentioned, we're the go-to department for first response in regards to emergencies, and they are vast on the variety that we get. But what you may not know is that we often support activities in regards to public education and inspections. As Grant and Steve mentioned earlier, they've done a wonderful job of including the volunteer members in their fire drills, in their inspections, when they're delivering public education at schools or whatever event. And our members have really gravitated towards it as well. And it is, without them, it wouldn't be as energetic and robust as it is right now. And then we provide community engagement through events such as our annual food drive. We just had DocFest. and then a variety of different sporting events, whether it's a triathlon or whether it's a fundraising swim, having our Marine unit out there and supporting in certain ways. And that's all done through our volunteer membership. So again, this is on top of what they do in regards to training and responding to calls. Recent successes, well, again, first do our records management system. That's a big thing for us. Enhanced motor vehicle collision response. So up until 2 years ago, we did not have auto extrication equipment at Station 5 in Port Sydney. But through the support of council, we were able to add that equipment down there. As you can imagine, they cover a large stretch of Highway 11, both north and south, and we're relying strictly on equipment coming from Huntsville to assist when we had motor vehicle collisions, and that's just one road. Not only were we able to put a full set in down there, we moved, as I mentioned, from hydraulic to hydraulics, which has increased the technology, the speed, and the capabilities. Our older hydraulics just weren't capable to start cutting the new metals that vehicles are made of, and we really needed to move into the newer equipment because of the changes in technology in vehicles alone. Also, we've upgraded our water rescue capabilities, and one is in the suits that you see there, the water rescue suits, the dry suits that our members are wearing. They're more mobile and more versatile, so not just in ice, but can also be used in standing water. The craft that you see them kneeling on is called an RDC. It's a rapid deployment craft, and we've equipped our stations just in the last few years with those. That's in a bag and basically gets inflated with one of our cylinders within like a minute and a half. And 2 rescuers can take that out onto the ice or into some moving water and work from a platform now, as opposed to just walking across the ice themselves, and makes rescue much safer for themselves and the people that they're trying to rescue. And one thing I don't have there, because this just happened when we put this presentation together, it was in the works. We do have a Marine unit at Station 1, and we've been able to work with Pipe Fusion, and we now have that boat anchored at the Avery Beach docks. They've provided a slip for us, so now we don't have to trailer the boat. It gets us on the water faster, so we just now have to get people to the dock itself and bring the equipment with us, as opposed to having to hook it to a trailer, take it down, launch it, and so on and so forth. So that's improved our capabilities and our speed of getting on water. And that just happened in the last 2 weeks. So that was a pretty exciting event for us. And then challenges. Well, we've talked about it a little bit around the table here. Volunteer workload. That's a huge concern for the chief and myself. It is a different day. It's a different day within our fire department. It's unbelievable how committed the 50 members of our department are and how they continue to show up time and time again. And it just seems like every time we put another challenge in front of them with expectations, they meet it. And I don't know how they do it, because I'll be honest, I started in this 20 years ago. I don't know if I were to come into the fire service today with the life that I had 20 years ago, if I would have been able to commit to it with the workload that we now have. Culture is different. The people that we are hiring are different. They're no less committed, they just have different expectations. They have different values. COVID changed things for us dramatically in regards to the buzzword work-life balance. And it's not that people are not passionate about the fire service that we have, but they put it in perspective a little better. For an older generation, fire was everything, and stuff was sacrificed for fire. We don't see that as much anymore, and they put it in perspective. And because of that, they're not necessarily as available as much. They're still passionate and competent with what they do, but it is a different time that we deal in. Increasing costs related to equipment. Well, that's a given. I think we could discuss that all day long, but it's difficult to keep pace with the inflated costs that we're seeing in running a fire department. Whether it's a tower that we're looking for, or whether it's structural gloves, we're seeing increases within the last 10 years of anywhere from 100 to 150% of what it cost 10 years ago in just equipment alone. That has nothing to do with fuel and different resources. So it's escalating, and we need to try and stay on top of it. And the chart you see below there, really to explain that, this is the 10-year average. And what you see there is the first line is the average number of responders. So in 2016, we were getting an average of 14.22 responders per call. That was an average over that entire year between Station 1 and Station 5. And if you fast forward all the way to 2026, you'll see that right now we're at 7.75. So we've seen about a 50% decrease in the average number of our members that are responding to calls. And everything in red is below what that 10-year average is. Everything in green is above it. Below that is the average response time. So our response times have gone from approximately 12 minutes and 21 seconds from the receipt of an alarm to arriving on scene to try and make a difference, to now we're at 18 minutes and 4 seconds. And these are, again, on averages. So we've seen a definite increase in how long it takes us to get to somebody's residence or commercial business. And then lastly, the bottom item is total number of responses. And you can see that in 2026, 400 calls for service then. And that number actually in 2026, in 2026 right now is at 366 for the year. That's only for the first 7 months though. If you take that into consideration, fast forward that on the same pace for this year, we'll be at 624 calls, I think it is, for by the end of this year alone. So we've seen a significant increase. We've seen about a 57% increase in call volume from 2016 to today. So when we get asked about volunteer retention and the expectations of our volunteers and how is that all fitting, the data here shows that it is affecting our volunteer base. It is affecting our operational capabilities to a certain degree. What I can say is that we're still doing a really good job during emergencies, and the people that are showing up are more than capable, and we have adequate resources currently to be able to handle the majority of calls that we're seeing. So that's really it from the operational side and the training side. And if you need, I am open to any questions.
Thanks for that, Deputy Chief Kalea. And I will go to the mayor first, then deputy mayor, and I didn't see any other hands. So raise them if you do have questions. Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and thank you, gentlemen, all of you, for your presentations today. Goes without saying that we're really fortunate that we have such competent people doing incredible things in our community. And the big message for me about both presentations is the increased responsibility, increased regulation. We're so far handling it. And at the same time, I feel like there's a bit of an alarm going off as to volunteers and changing culture and all of the reasons why. It's great that you're working it out. It's really good. But going forward, I'm going to be really blunt, how are we going to not just attract the sort of old-time volunteer, but the volunteers are now, as you've pointed out, doing different things, different responsibilities that we now rely on. So it's a big shift. And obviously, I would suggest that most municipalities of our size are going through the same challenge. Are we obviously talking to colleagues across the province and working together on strategies, or how are we dealing with that, Chief?
So through you, Chair. So I knew this question was coming. It's not a Huntsville issue. Obviously, it's a Canadian, North American issue. Volunteering in every aspect, whether it's the Lions Club, Rotary, all that kind of stuff. Volunteering is down in everything. So it just happens that we're in a business with emergency services. So what's some of our quick fixes? I think we need to hire some more volunteers. We've always had a number at around 50, and the deputy and I have talked about hiring, increasing our membership to 55 this year, maybe 60 in 2028, to give us a little bit of relief to some of the members that are getting burnout, or I guess you could say. The numbers, the alarms that you talked about are starting to show. we're managing. We have great partnerships with all the municipalities around us, and then they're going through the same thing, and we work closely with them. If we require assistance, we know that we can call on them. So, yeah, there is an alarm that should be sounding, and we're getting through it, but we're struggling.
Appreciate the candor. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Paul. My question has to do with your average response times and shoot times. Are they combined together in that, or is that just from the time the first truck leaves the hall to the time you actually reach the scene?
Through you, Chair. That's a great question. So that time that I showed you in that chart there is the full response time. So that's the time of the call until they arrive on scene. A shoot time, for clarification, is when you receive the call till the time the first truck leaves your station. And in all reality, the response times are somewhat subjective, because I can make shoot times look really good, and all I have to do is take my fire admin pickup truck home at night, and every time there's a call for station 1, I respond from my house, because a shoot time starts when the first apparatus books on air. So if I take it home and we get a call and I'm in my truck in 35 seconds, that's what it shows. So it can be manipulated in that way. For me, it's the response time. How long does it take us to get into the driveway of the place that we need to make a difference from? And we have challenges in regards to that. And some of the delays we're getting right now is because of the growth of our town. We have major construction going on in town. That has to happen. You can't just say, don't do it because a fire truck needs to go somewhere. We have construction going on that's preventing our members of getting to the fire station because other arteries are now heavier traffic. They don't have lights and sirens, so they have to abide by the rules of the road. It's taking longer to get up and down Center Street because of the amount of increased traffic. When we did the downtown dig, it was the same thing. And so it's just a product of the growth of the town and maintenance that the town has to have. You could relocate our fire station and that would assist with that. But that's the steps that need to take if that's what we're looking at.
Follow up, Deputy Mayor?
I guess that just really reinforces the importance of having green lights in your volunteer firefighters and educating the public on what a green light means so they can pull over for volunteers. So just on the second part of that question, so with your 11 drivers and firefighters, does that is that between Port Sydney and Huntsville, or just one department, and does that complicate your ability to get your shoot time, get the vehicle out of the door?
Thank you, through your chair. That is both stations. So remember, all officers are also driver operators. So of the 2 station chiefs, 6 captains, and 6 lieutenants, they had to be a driver operator before they could get promoted to an officer. So really, we have 11, 13, 23, 27, 20, 25 driver operators on the department between 2 stations. Plus, chief jumps in behind the wheel every once in a while, and so do I. So yeah, we're covered that way.
Excellent. That's the answer I wanted.
Thanks for that. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Fitzgerald, I have a couple questions. One sort of following on what Mayor Alcock said about volunteers. I've had friends who have been volunteers and worked for employers who I would say probably before COVID were very much, you wouldn't want that to be your house, so they would let the volunteer firefighter go. Colleagues understood that. Has that sort of mentality as well changed? Because I feel like people aren't being able to maybe leave their employer. The employer has less staff maybe now since COVID, and they're not able to do the same opportunities as well. So do we speak to the employers maybe and try to get them to be a little more on board? I don't know. What do we do?
Through your chair. That's actually one of the least problems we have with response. Yeah, the biggest challenges we have is lifestyles have changed. We have more members today that work shift work or that work out of town. The demographics have changed that way, or they don't live 2 kilometers to the fire station, they live 15. So that's the biggest challenges for us. Our employers, for the most part, are very supportive of our volunteer members. And they have a job they have to do, right? And there's times when they absolutely can't leave, but for the most part, they're well supported that way.
Awesome, good to hear. And then my second question is around the response times. still having that lovely, which is great, we needed it, the closure at South Mary Lake and Stevenson 4. I understand that put a bit of added response time in that area, correct? And we don't have a fix from the province on that.
Through you, Chair, yeah, correct. That the closure, which, you can argue whether that should have happened or not, it does slow our response. But you also have to remember too, we have 705 square kilometers of coverage. It takes us 35 minutes to respond from our fire station to the outskirts of some of our area, right? Yeah, we'd like to put some in-flight movies in while we're traveling, but point being is we have a large area compared to everybody else in the district. Muskoka Lakes is 740, we're 7, and they've got 9 stations. We're 2 stations, and we have 705 kilometers. So we have a big area to cover, and at the distance that we have to travel, that response time is what takes part of the average. And the fact that we're growing out, a lot of people are starting to build out. So
I think Deputy Chief wanted to have a follow-up.
Just to add to that, we have lobbied the MTO as well to try and put an emergency turnaround just north of that cutoff. This was about 2.5 years ago with the initial contact. And every 4 to 6 months, the person I've been dealing with just lets me know that nothing's been done yet. It's part of the chain of communications. And yeah, that's the workflow there. But we have inquired to try and increase that.
Thanks. Any further questions? I had one question. I was curious in 2016, you may not know the answer, but you can tell me anytime. How many volunteers or people do we have available for response in 2016 versus 2026? I know we're at 52, you say now, but in 2016, how many people would have been available to respond?
Through you, Chair. Probably the exact same amount. We've always had the number of 50.
Yeah.
Members. So that's where we've always focused on. So, I mean, we've been down as low as, I think, 45 over the years, but I would say that in 2016, we would have had 50.
So it really speaks to your comment about culture,
Yep.
commitment, and responsibilities. Okay, thanks for that. And I think, Chief, you are ready to go.
I'm ready to go, yeah. I just need it's okay. And I won't take up much time because we've taken up quite a bit of time here, and I'm going to, I'll go through mine fairly quickly. Okay, so basically, overall, I call it the chief's office, basically, job is basically protecting lives, protecting property, protecting the environment, okay? Working, obviously, the members underneath me are the ones that are doing all the work. This is basically my overall responsibility. I oversee and I support all of the departments below me, including the volunteers, and I also look after the emergency management side. Play key roles are community risk reduction. I know the Grant and Steve mentioned about the CRA mandated. They did a great job of putting one together. Disaster preparedness, as we know, we're starting to see more and more, whether it's floods, windstorms, fires, snowstorms. So part of my job is to deal with that. And then obviously supporting the district emergency response initiatives. So I work very closely with the district and all the other municipalities when it comes to disasters. And our goal is to deliver a safe, effective, and a sustainable fire service while adapting with the population growth. Obviously, what do I do? Obviously, my staff do a lot, but majority of the work. However, I have to oversee it, but develop strategic plans and manage the budget on all of the staffing, apparatus, replacement of the capital projects, and ensure their compliance for the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Ontario Fire Code, Occupational Health and Safety Act, and then all of our legislative requirements, which, as we know, the province has downloaded a lot of stuff to us recently. And then I provide advice to council and to the senior leadership team. I build relationships outside with the other emergencies, agencies, OPP, EMS, and in the other municipalities. And then I support the professional development of all of our full-time staff and all of our volunteers. And then I just plan for future growth and meet emerging risks and service demands. Recent successes, you know, we're navigating through the transition between Huntsville and Lake of Bays. We've successfully secured several provincial grant funding opportunities, emergency management, fire protection grant, through the Public Safety Council. So we're doing our best to get as many grants as we can to help. And then we strengthen relationships with the district, like I mentioned, and our municipal partners. Our challenges, I know you've heard this a lot through our presentation, is sustainable. Our staff model, we continue to experience increased demands on the full-time and the volunteer staff. Emergency calls becoming more frequent and complex, and their volunteers are getting burnt out. We've talked about that. Growth and service demand. Huntsville continues to experience residential growth, tourism activity, and increasing traffic volume. These factors place additional pressures on the emergency response resources and require continual evaluation and staffing deployment and station locations. And then the last one is basically our aging infrastructure and equipment. Okay, modern fire service operations require significant investment in apparatus facilities and training infrastructure. Balancing these capital needs with the municipal budget constraints remain a key challenge for us. As I was here a couple of months ago, talking about a aerial apparatus that is due. My closing remarks is just basically for the past several years, the Huntsville Fire Department has achieved significant progress. However, challenges remain, including staffing pressures, growth, infrastructure needs, financial sustainability. The department is well positioned to continue involving in meeting the needs of the community. However, I think some alarm bells have gone off, and we just wanted the council to be aware. I know we took up a lot of time, and I apologize, but we're glad.
I think it's time well spent. It's important that we get these updates and we know what's going on. I'll go to final questions. Councillor Renwick?
Thank you, and I will keep it brief as well, but thank you, gentlemen, for your reports. And just doing a little research on my own. So you said, and I think, Chief, you said this, over 1,000 kilometers we cover in Huntsville. And
705.
705.
Square kilometers, yes.
Okay, but Muskoka Lakes has slightly more?
Slightly more. I think there's 750.
Right, and they have 7 stations and we have 2.
No, just they are moving some stations around, so I think they're starting to downsize. I see Councillor Schumacher's, one of the stations is close to the Port Sydney, however. But yes, they are.
Yeah. And the only reason I say that is because you mentioned it, that we are growing, and your response times are getting, they're more increased. We're going to have to look at this at some point as a council, what we can do to support our fire department, because we are growing. Our kilometers are comparative to another location that has, let's say, 7 stations, and we have 2. So I'm behind you on this one, but that's something, another discussion, obviously, probably future councils, but thank you for bringing that to our attention too.
Thanks for your question. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks for that, Chair Fitzgerald. I'll follow up on that actually. So what do you see the decisions that this council or the next council has to make in the next 12 to 24 months to avoid larger costs and service pressures in the future?
Oh, that's a loaded question. I mean, I know we received council's approval to go look for some land. We recognize that where the fire station is right now really slows us down. We got 2 school zones that our volunteers have to get through, and they struggle at the times of the day when the buses are lined up. We just can't get trucks. We can't get volunteers in. We can get trucks out, and we recognize that the council has allowed us to go out and look for land. That's troubling right now because of the development. The land should, we should have been looking for land 10 years ago and then kept it. So that's one of our struggles. But then the struggle is where do you put it? And is it just one? Do we need two? Because of the response zones that we have. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, the question was, what other struggles?
Yeah, what are the struggles besides, well, costs for one,
Mhm.
right? What do you see in
And how are we gonna-
costs? And what should council be planning for in the next 12 to 24 months? Like, we always hear about the next level of fire department, compensate, where we have more full-time, less volunteers and stuff like that. I guess those are all the challenges going forward that you're going to have to probably evaluate, right?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to we have to look at the fact that Huntsville will probably full time at some point. We'll have to get full-time firefighters. I can't say when. We have to start laying the blocks and preparing that for future councillors that we, Deputy Chief was saying we're at 600 and we'll be at 600 calls by the end of the year, right? That's close to 2 a day. So that's twice the volunteers have to leave their job or leave their home to come and do a call. Our alarm calls are going through the roof because insurance companies are mandating places, a lot of these big homes put alarm systems in. So, we're trying to talk to the insurance companies and say, why are you mandating alarm systems in these homes? And we're doing cost recovery if it's a preventable alarm. So we're struggling with some of the insurance companies forcing these people to put alarms in their homes, which just increases our calls. So I think the next council has to start planning for a third fire station or career fire departments. That's a horror. I mean, I know that's not what they want to hear, but that's probably where we're going. That's no medical calls. We don't do medical calls at Huntsville, maybe 10 a year. Whereas other departments, they are running medical calls from that state, and our call volume would be doubled. So, yeah, it's the alarm bells should be ringing.
Thanks
Sorry.
for that, Chief. Follow up?
Well, just to follow up, as the chief mentioned, maybe 10 years ago, we should have been looking at property. Maybe this is a starting point now. We start looking before 10 years passes and we're still sitting where we are today. So just a comment.
Thanks for that. Mayor Alcock, and then I think Councillor Schumacher.
I just want to jump in very briefly. I mean, we still have the Fire Services Master Plan, and it still is a guiding document that, although it was done for a joint fire services department, there are still, I would think, pillars within that we still use as a guiding document. And I'm thinking specifically around the increased development in Huntsville and where we might locate a new fire department or fire station, that sort of thing. So that's still in play, our fire services master plan. And I'm thinking for providing guidance to the next council.
Chief?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Yeah, absolutely. So the master plan, and it's old, it's 2021, and it was designed for the two municipalities. Maybe it is time to get one updated and get one for Huntsville alone. And there are options. I know master plans are very expensive, but there are options of, we could form a committee, a couple of council members and that, just to not go out and get a consultant and just do one internally is another option that we can do as well, because we have so much knowledge in this room that we could develop our own.
That's a really important point, I think.
So,
it's just I was thinking the last election was in 2022, and that master plan was front and center for a number of people I talked to.
Yeah.
But you're quite right; it was only a year old then. So,
but at the same time, it was like $96,000
right, I know.
for a master plan.
Okay.
Now, we got grant for that. However,
Yes.
there was grant funding for
Right,
that. However,
right.
that's, I mean, the costing for that. So this is just my personal opinion. I'm probably speaking out of turn, but I think we have enough talent in this,
Yeah.
in this town and this, that we could do our own master plan.
So yet again, another decision for the next council.
Thanks for that, Chief. Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you through you, Chair Fitzgerald. Yeah, to Councillor Renwick's point, that's why Chief looked at me, is that, yeah, we're looking at Muskoka Lakes area. We're thinking of closing the Raymond station because, again, they're running low on volunteers, and to be able to man the stations that they even do have, the 7. And then we're Googling, okay, Port Sydney's 19 minutes and Windermere's 20. So who takes over that, geographic area, right? I guess we're starting to put things in place for homes and that we're asking people to put in sort of their own fire suppression system. I get a number of calls. They want one out in Raymond or Ravenscliff area because people's insurance are tied to how close they are to a fire station, correct? And so we get a lot of those calls when we're looking at, where is this next possible station down the road going to go, because people are looking at their insurance. And I know we put places, we also have roads that aren't town maintained, so we've asked people to do the extra infrastructure. All those things I think impact how you guys work and what you do, correct?
Yes, through your chair. So I would agree. Like again, the insurance companies do drive a lot of this. So I did a call to my insurance company, and I gave them the price of my home, and I said, if I put an alarm system in my home, how much am I saving? And the saving for me for the 1 year was $50 for putting an alarm system in. That alarm system that is causing the fire department to come out, they're getting invoices for us from $588 if it's a preventable alarm. So it's not worth putting in the alarm system in the home. However, the insurance company also told me that homes over a certain price, they won't insure them unless they put an alarm system in. So the administrative work on the prevention side now we have to invoice cost recovery because you put an alarm system in your home to save $50. So it's an issue that we're, if we can get some of these alarm calls down, it will take our call volume down. Right? So it's working with the insurance companies, but that's a big organization. So.
Thanks for that, Chief. I'm not seeing any more questions. Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to give us this update. Much appreciated. And enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
I'm going to probably call a 10-minute biological break before we go over to corporate services. Is that enough time for everyone, or is everyone feeling they need 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. All right, everyone, we're back, and this concludes the operations reports, and I'm going to pass it over to corporate services to Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Fitzgerald, and we are now moving into the corporate services portion of the day. And we have a report on 6.5.1 being presented by Marie Turner, and I do have a motion to read. It's regarding Corp 2026-42, RCO 5-2026, Vanderveer, OSRA closure 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10. And the motion is moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Helena Renwick. It is recommended that application RC 05-2026 Vanderveer 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10 receive preliminary approval in accordance with section 8.8 of the Permanent Highway Closure Policy, Development 11, for the purchase of the original shore road allowance located directly in front of the benefiting lands only. And further, that the existing license of occupation for the boathouse be maintained in accordance with the conditions of that agreement. And further, that the applicants be required to remove the dock and to enter into a license of occupation for the remaining unauthorized encroachments, including payment of the applicable annual fees. And further, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of the highway. Pass it over to Marie.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So this report relates to a request to close and purchase the shore road allowance in front of 1472 Muskoka Road 10, together with a portion of the adjacent town-owned lands. The request is intended in part to address a long-standing boathouse encroachment that is currently authorized under a license of occupation. So as committee heard earlier from the deputations, there were concerns raised regarding the extent of the lands proposed for conveyance and the impact on potential public access to the waterfront. While the applicant noted that public access would be maintained, staff reached a different conclusion. There is an existing dock encroachment onto the neighboring lands, so staff are not satisfied that public access to the water would be maintained. We reviewed the application in two parts. Staff support the closure and conveyance of the shore road allowance directly in front of the applicant's lands, as no concerns were identified with that portion of the request. However, staff do not support the conveyance of the additional town-owned lands containing the encroachments. In staff's opinion, these lands are not surplus to the town's needs and should remain in public ownership to preserve potential water access. Accordingly, staff recommend approval of the shoreline road allowance directly in front of the applicant's lands only, with while maintaining the existing license for the boathouse and with the remaining encroachments addressed through a removal or license of occupation. Happy to answer any questions.
I'm sure there'll be one or two. I'm going to go to Councillor Stone to start.
Thank you. So I can never go along with losing public access to water. But I wonder, is there something that solves both pieces? So the little triangle that they want to access the land right to the corner of the boathouse is what's been one of the options, where we sell them that little triangle of land, so it goes from their property and goes to the corner of the boathouse, and then from the corner of the boathouse they lose the dock and the staircase, and the rest of it remains public access to water. Is that one of the options?
I don't think that was an option presented in the report. If a portion of the land is considered surplus, then the entirety of the land should be considered surplus as per the policy.
Okay, and I think Councillor Fitzgerald, you might want to speak to that specific comment. You had your hand up.
Yeah, I guess I had the luxury of visiting the site, and I'm familiar with the site. I don't think under any circumstances the town would undertake maintaining that and trying to create permanent public access. It's not navigable by any stretch of the imagination. It's a ravine. Probably should be protected, actually. It's probably has, I would say probably about an 80-foot drop, and the ravine is, like I said, not navigable. And the road conditions on that curve on number 10 would provide no opportunity for anyone to park or anything. And I think that any navigation that's been done there via snowmobile or recreational vehicle has been on probably the applicant's property and not the town-owned parcel, because it's not navigable. You could not walk it. You could not navigate with the vehicle. Have you been to the site, Councillor Stone?
If I can. So in one of the pictures in the package here that Marie has provided, so there's a picture with mowed lawn and the back of the boathouse. Looks like a beautiful access to water, actually. It might be a little steep, but there's stairs they're using to go down to their dock. So I believe there is potential use for public access.
Councilor Fitzgerald, I can speak to that. So it's deceiving because there is a pathway down that leads right to that section you're talking about. But that pathway down, which is the only real navigable part, is on the applicant's property. The road allowance goes a bit like this. To get to that section that is really accessible, you would be going over down a ravine, a very steep incline, that for the town to ever make use of that, we would have to spend a fortune in fill and service and all that stuff. So there is a spot down at the water that's accessible, but to get to that section would not be very practical. Councillor Schumacher and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Well, I was going to say, I walked it as well. It is not, I mean, I twisted my ankle and could not go down the way that you would be able to go. I had to use the applicant's property to wind down to get to the lake because there is no way through that ravine, Councillor Stone, to get to the portion that is accessible. And then the top portion of the town is maintained by the Maddox property. He maintains that, but the upper portion close to the road. And to Councillor Fitzgerald's point, leaving Vandevier's property on the other side. So if you have to almost, yeah, well, Jamie was going to stand there if I was turning one way because there was a slew of Porsches coming right around that corner and they were doing God knows what speed around there. You would not, safety wise, I wouldn't recommend anybody pulling in and out of there on that road on Muskoka 10. It is not safe right at that corner.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour, then Mayor Alcock.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. Yeah, I think the pictures really don't show what actually is town portion and what is their portion. But anyhow, so I support the applicant's request to purchase the original shoreline allowance. It's directly in front of 472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10. The lands have been used in conjunction with the property for many years, and the town really found no concerns with the closure of the shoreline allowance. So the approval would recognize the long-standing use of the property while generating revenue for the town of Huntsville through the sale. So I support their application.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Armour and Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Given all of that conversation about, I understand, Councillor Stone, your position about losing public access. I agree with you around that. Having said that, I'm listening to the other comments that this isn't a piece of property where we would normally have public access because of all of the comments that were made. So I'm going to ask Marie, that was one of your primary reasons for not losing that. So why did you suggest that, given the difficulty with the property?
We want to maintain the waterfront access. It is less steep than Thailand Park. There's no parking in Thailand Park area either, but that's my opinion. And then also, it's had the benefit of the license of occupation for the boathouse encroachment since 1998. I think it was noted in that license that if and when the boathouse needed to be replaced, it was meant to be put onto their own property. So I think the intent of the license at that time was that we would maintain waterfront access. And then also in the 1923 deed, it stated that the lands were being conveyed to the municipality for its use forever. So that would need a legal opinion interpretation to confirm if it was intended that we were to sell that piece of property.
Okay, so if I may, just to follow up on that. So the thinking being that at some point in the future, as you said, if the boathouse is being replaced, it would move over to the new abutting land, the abutting lands that we're proposing to go forward with today, and that would increase the size of the area for public use. That's what you're thinking.
Yes, and then it should also maybe be noted that the backlot owners, there's at least two adjacent to Vanderveers that could potentially be using that as a water access point to take a canoe, a paddleboard, kayak, as opposed to driving to Port Sydney Beach, which I think is about 4.5 kilometers away, which would be the next public water access point.
Okay, appreciate that answer.
Okay, and just to follow up on Mayor Alcock's point, in the license of occupation, which of course is in perpetuity, there is nothing in there defining what would happen if they wanted to repair or replace the boathouse. It only mentions that should the boathouse be destroyed by lightning, fire, or tempest, like a storm, that it would be moved. There's not that I can see anything that states that if they wanted to do repairs or if it one day gets replaced, that it would have to move. It's only from storms, fire, or lightning, from what's in the agreement.
I appreciate that response. So is that something, though, that you could put in a new license of occupation that, yes, thank you. I should be looking at, thank you for that. You engage the conversation.
I know it's in the agreement, but I don't know, Marie's the legal one.
There really isn't an out in that agreement. In my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, but there's like the intent, in my opinion, is that if and when it needed to be replaced, repaired, despite it saying if it's destroyed by lightning, tempest, or whatever, the intent is that it moves or is rebuilt on their property.
And so that could be included in a new license of occupation.
I don't know if we could enter into a new license of occupation based with the boathouse encroachment, because it would lose, I think, the benefit
So
of.
to Chair Morrison's point. Okay. All right. That's interesting. Thank
And I guess on that, the license of occupation right now being in perpetuity doesn't describe cost. It does describe indemnity, which them not even knowing they had a license of occupation, I'm sure they haven't had the proper insurance to make sure the town is indemnified. But I think it's dangerous to talk about intent because we don't really know the intent from 1998. Like there's nothing stated, so I think we can only go by what's stated. It might have been the intent that it stays that way forever. They can expand on it, but we don't know, right? So just something to think about. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thanks very much. I don't think the original intent was to close the entire shore road allowance. I think they want 18%, which just covers that portion in front of their boathouse right now. If you go there and look, it's like, what is it, 26 feet or something like that? Like so it's 18% they're asking for.
Right, so if it were to be approved that we sell only a portion where the boat is encroaching, the dock needs to be removed because it's encroaching onto the neighbor's property. And if the intention is to have potential waterfront access in the future, the dock is blocking that access. If you look at the survey, the dock is encroaching onto the neighbors. So if we take the corner of the boathouse, there's a little corner, but then the dock would have to be removed. Yes, thank you. So that was basically the area they were looking to purchase. It would have to be skewed slightly to just take the dock portion off of the potential conveyance portion, because as I said, the dock and the stairs would be blocking the waterfront access if the intention is to maintain water access for the future.
And I guess on that note, that would be, of course, where you could bring a canoe down. The stairs might be, if it's on our land that we retain, useful for public access, because I know when we go to put stairs in, it's expensive.
Yes.
And I guess on that point, because we don't have a survey of the OSRA in front of the neighbor's property, we don't know if that dock is encroaching on the neighbor's property or if it's encroaching on OSRA, because if it's encroaching on OSRA, it's a whole different story. And that is where I'm having a bit of a problem with it.
Sorry, through you, I did speak with Bob McDermott prior to the report, and he did confirm that the dock is encroaching on the neighbor's shore road.
Okay, so the OSRA starts there and goes out into the water then, or?
yeah, there's the flooded portion, which it doesn't look like any of the dock is on the flooded portion of the neighbor's lands, but there is a corner of the dock that is certainly encroaching onto the neighbor's property.
That's good to know. Deputy Mayor Armour, oh, and then.
Just
Deputy Mayor,
looking
then
at the
Councillor
survey
Cruz.
here, so if you bring it back up, so the orange portion is what we're talking about, yeah, correct? So they would have to also remove the ramp to get onto the roof of the boathouse? Is that what I'm
Well,
seeing here?
Sorry, through you, if committee decided to sell just the small portion, which the boathouse is encroaching, you could have the ramp included on that as well. And that
It would be
conveyance.
safe, it would be able to stay where it is.
Yeah.
Right, so just to remove that portion of the dock on the on the right-hand side of
Yes.
the boathouse.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay, Councillor Fitzgerald?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Morrison.
Do it? Oh, it's gone.
I think the only thing I don't agree with in this is if we give this portion, then we've gone against the policy of having a useless piece of 33-foot land that I don't believe is ever going to be public accessible. So stick with our policy and make them buy the whole road allowance.
Okay. Any other comments at the moment? Okay. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Well, I was just wondering, did Councillor Fitzgerald put a motion on the floor there? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, we can work on that. And I did send a potential amendment as well through to the clerks last night. And if everyone's done, I'll make some comments. So I'm looking at this just from the perspective of what is best for the corporation of the town of Huntsville, but also trying to be fair to both neighbors who have property rights. And if Bob McDermott is saying that the dock section is, or the deck section is actually on the, or the dock on the neighbor's land, that could change things a bit. I'm looking at something that has been there 70 years, and they're trying to clean it up. We have an agreement that is legal, that if we do nothing, everything stays exactly the way it is, other than a neighbor could ask for encroachments to be dealt with. If we look at a solution that's a win-win-win for the three partners involved, I think that's the best way to go. I don't see us ever using any of this portion of the road allowance ever. I don't think it's reasonable. The steepness, the speed of that road, the inability to provide parking. So I think that we can look at the town portion as surplus. But then I wouldn't, if we're going to get rid of a license of occupation, the intent of that license of occupation was for the boathouse to be used in perpetuity as it sits. It even says right in the agreement, as it sits. So the win could be getting the applicant enough land that they can use the boathouse in perpetuity, and they own it, so then they can repair it, make it better. And then look at the remaining part of the road allowance and try to get that in the hands of the neighboring property so they could benefit. Because it doesn't make sense to hold on to a small piece of the road allowance that is useless to us at that point. It's just liability. People walking somewhere fall on a piece of town land and we get in trouble. So I think it's worth exploring getting a bigger portion of this property sold and it being divided between the property owners and nothing changing. There would be no impact on the neighboring property because the boathouse would simply continue to be used as it is. If we do nothing, that's how it is. So nothing would be impactful to anybody at all, other than cleaning everything up and the land that we own being put into two neighbors and the neighbor being able to use more of the land and the applicant being able to use the boathouse. That's what I see as a win, but I'm not smart enough to know the exact solution on that. Mayor Alcock?
I appreciate those comments, and I quite like the idea. Just a quick question. I heard the comments earlier about this is not a well-used public space. It's not. So really, no one uses this as a public access point. I'm looking at sort of, yeah. Okay, that's great. I just needed
Councillor
that
Schumacher?
confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, the snowmobilers or whatever in the
Right,
winter
but-
might go down, but nobody in the winter,
but-
like
and that
summer, other than, and I mean, they have neighbors around that they let use it kind of thing, and I don't think they'd be opposed to, anybody throwing in if you talk to Jamie or Judy, they wouldn't be opposed to anybody throwing in a kayak there or whatever too. Just that's their type of people.
Okay, appreciate that. And actually, I think that goes to Councillor Cluche's earlier question about was this part of the official trails, and it's not. Right. So, okay.
Yeah, and a
Appreciate
follow-up
that.
to Councillor Schumacher, if there are snowmobiles going, they're not going down the town portion
Yeah.
at all. So we're not cutting off access to snowmobilers. They'd still, if they're doing it, they'd be going illegally through somebody else's property.
Okay, appreciate it.
So Jessica, do you want to put,
So I believe I heard Councillor Fitzgerald put a motion on to sell the whole of the land. I didn't hear a seconder on that motion.
I'd second that.
Okay. So
Gerald, I wonder, is that the entire portion to the applicant or the entire portion to be? Okay. And then we would have to talk to Marie about the legality of that, if that's something we could do without discussing that with the neighboring property. Councillor Stone?
I believe that's option 5 in Marie's report, to approve the sale of the original shore road allowance in front of the applicant's property and the entirety of the town-owned lands, the shore road and road allowance. Note that this will require a legal opinion as well as the CPP application.
Yeah, and I don't think I'd be comfortable going down that road without legal opinion and without not involving the neighbor and trying to find a workable solution. I think that's the best long-term solution, is having the entire road allowance sold. But the Vanderveers don't want the whole thing or need the whole thing. I think the other owner could benefit more from it. So I don't know if there's a way to put another option forward that defers until staff and the two neighbors can work out a solution that gets the applicant the boathouse use forever and gets the other neighbor some of the land that is would be left over. I don't know how we would approach that. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Just in support of that, actually, the other neighbor is already using a portion of the town property. As he maintains a portion of the town property already?
Okay, Councillor Cluche?
In my opinion, I'd like to see it split between the two neighbors, like you say, or at least give the one neighbor a chance to, if they want to buy half, because like you say, right now, the one neighbor's using it, it's there, they got the agreement. But I mean, I don't know legality about severing that, is it gonna cost us, cost them, whatever. I think that's another discussion. But I'd like to see them have a chance, and if they decide no, that's fine. They buy it and then they have it. They're comfortable with that. But at least I'd like to see the one neighbor get a chance at their portion of that. And do they own the road allowance in front of their?
They don't currently, I don't believe. Okay, it's not registered on, but maybe they do own the shore road allowance.
They do own the shore road allowance. It's part of the registry, like it's part of the legal description already.
No, the objector.
They do. Yes, correct.
All right. Was that a recent purchase? Because when I searched, it wasn't registered as owned. Or do you know? Or does the owner know when you purchased the shore road allowance?
On our old survey, there's no indication of a shore allowance.
Yeah, because when I click on the piece of property in front of the neighbor's property, it shows that it's still OSRA and not owned by the property owner. But maybe it's been done recently, or who knows?
Not
But right.
through you, not recently. I'd have to go back to my file, but I'd have to look at the reference plan attached to the Meadows property, but I'm pretty certain it was showing that the shore road allowance was included in that PIN.
All right. The registry office can be tricky because what I'm seeing is different. Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I support what Councillor Cloutier said, and in fact, what's being proposed. And I'm wondering do we need to give staff another month to sort out exactly how this works? But I do like the equity in this particular concept. So I don't know if we can defer it or if we need to defer it at all. Maybe it's all there.
I don't think there's urgency on this because the license of occupation protects the property owner's rights to use the boathouse. I think it's better to get this right and be fair to both neighbors and find an equitable way. So, Councillor Fitzgerald?
I guess since the applicant and his agent are here, we have the luxury of asking them if they're interested in that proposal.
Well, the objector and his agent are here, not the applicant.
Sorry,
Yeah.
objector. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess if Savis, if you want to come down for a second, is that appropriate? Or I'll ask the CAO, is that appropriate before we make a decision?
If I may comment, I think that if we're going to have further discussion about a possible solution that wasn't presented in the note, then I think that, and I know that the clerk wants to jump in and she should, but it would seem to me that we go back to the defer so that we can have that discussion, staff can have that discussion with the applicant, the objector, and do all of the things that have been discussed around the table and bring back the same report, whatever report, but with new direction.
I like that, a deferral to come up with an agreement that satisfies everybody, hopefully, or that staff can support. Deputy Mayor Armour?
I was just going to state that I would second that motion because there is no urgency in this right now. It's been this way for 70 plus years, so I don't think another week's going to hurt or another month's going to hurt, so.
Okay, and I don't know if it's worth putting up my amendment at this point because it would be, a deferral will accomplish what my amendment was going to accomplish.
Okay, so with respect to the comments about the objector coming down, we did have both parties equal opportunity to do their deputation. Wouldn't be appropriate to have one party have additional comments. We currently do have an amendment on the floor moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Respectfully, Chair Morrison, you can't put a deferral on at this time, or when you're in the chair. So
So why don't we put up the motion that's been proposed and we can just discuss that only, right?
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
let's do that. Does anybody need me to read that or can we waive that? Of course, just the red portions are the amended content.
Not too fast. Too small. Go down again. I missed the one wording there.
So this would be to convey the entire portion of the town road allowance. It doesn't address potential, other than the conditions further down, the encroachments. So I guess any comments on this amendment? And I'll pass to Mayor Alcock for a comment on the amendment.
So I think that this speaks to what Councillor Fitzgerald was raising earlier, that you were supportive of, and therefore that's why it's here, conveying the whole thing. It doesn't speak to the new option 7, which was discussed around the table about the possibility of having a more equitable solution, selling the whole thing, but between the two properties. And so, which I think there's some benefit in looking at that option 7, but I don't think we should get into the details of it right here, right now, because I think we should ask staff to look at the possibility of that. So I wouldn't support what we have before us right now without considering this new option 7. So I would certainly support a motion. I know we have to deal with this.
Yeah, we just discussed
before
this
us.
one at the
I know.
moment.
Okay.
So
I'm
you won't
getting
support
ahead
this
of-
motion.
I'm getting ahead of
And we know the
myself.
reason why you wouldn't support this motion. Yep. Any other comments on this? And of course, Councillor Fitzgerald proposed that motion before we went off track and talked about some other stuff. So Councillor Fitzgerald, on this motion, would you like to discuss it? Okay, so with that being said, I'll ask for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Okay, all opposed? Okay, so that amendment is defeated. So now the original motion is still on the table. We can put another amendment on. I cannot. I've remembered, thanks to the clerk. So I think if Mayor Alcock wants to put a motion to defer, we'd have to work on some wording.
I would certainly put a motion on to defer, directing staff to consider a new option. I have to get into the details.
Well,
Looking at conveying all of the OSRA, but between the applicant and the neighbor, and coming back with how that might look, and if in fact that is a solution, something.
Okay, and
I
I
know
guess-
Jessica's going to have much better wording, but
Yeah, and
that's
it-
the intent.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be OSRA, it'd be ORA and a bit of OSRA down at the bottom, so it'd be a combination. And we just have to, part of that motion would have to be staff looking into declaring the land surplus. That'd have to be in the motion as well, before we're able to sell it. And Jessica, do you want a few minutes to work with us on some words? So we're going to take a 5-minute break to work on wording, and then we'll bring something back for amendment. We are going back right now. So we are now back in session and addressing a potential amendment that has been moved by, I think it's Mayor Alcock, and seconded by Councillor Renwick. So we'll put it up on the screen. And I will read it. It is recommended that report number Corp 2026-42, application RCO 5-2026, Vanderveer, 1472 and 1480 Muskoka Road 10 be postponed for staff to report back on options to split the abutting road allowance town lands between 1472 and 1494 Muskoka Road 10, conditional upon staff obtaining a legal opinion confirming that the subject lands may be conveyed, having regard to the provisions contained in the 1923 deed conveying the lands to the municipality for its sole and only use forever. Comments on this motion to postpone? Councillor Stone.
Thanks. Well, I just want to simply state that I'm not in favor of losing any public access to water, even though there's a boathouse in the way right now. So I can't vote in favor of this.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you, Councillor Stone. Any other comments on the motion to postpone? With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? All opposed? And that carries. Okay, for the next portion, I'm going to pass on to my co-chair, Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair. So we have before us report number Corp 2026-43. It is moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Cloutier. And I will read the report. It is recommended that application RC 09-2026 Cantillon 1686 Aspin Road receive preliminary approval in accordance with section 8.8 of the permanent highway closure policy for the closure of the entirety of the abutting unopened road allowance, and further that Part 2 on the draft reference plan be purchased in accordance with town policy, and further that staff be directed to notify the remaining affected abutted landowners and approve an opportunity to purchase the portions of the unopened road allowance adjacent to their respective properties at a nominal consideration, and further that appropriate easement and/or right-of-way rights be established to ensure continued access to benefiting properties, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and the sale of the highway. So over to Marie and hi, Kirsten.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So this application is regarding a request to close and purchase a portion of an unopened road allowance adjacent to 1686 Aspin Road. The lands have been utilized in conjunction with the Nursery and Garden Center operation for many years and contain existing encroachments, including driveway access, seasonal display areas, and other features associated with the business. The town has also undertaken maintenance activities within the unopened road allowance for a number of years, despite the lands not forming part of an assumed public highway. Staff reviewed the application against the permanent highway closure policy and are satisfied that the proposal generally satisfies the applicable criteria. Staff identified one access-related consideration, as the unopened road allowance currently provides access to 2 properties located north of the subject lands. Accordingly, staff recommend that any closure and conveyance be subject to the establishment of the appropriate easements to ensure continued access to those properties. Staff have not identified any present or foreseeable municipal need for the unopened road allowance. Closure and conveyance would transfer ownership, maintenance obligations, and associated liability to the benefiting landowner. While the application is limited to Part 2 on the draft reference plan, staff are recommending that the entirety of the unopened road allowance be considered for closure and conveyance. In staff's opinion, if the road allowance is determined to be surplus to the town's needs, closing only Part 2 would leave a remnant parcel in town ownership that would be landlocked, serve no identified municipal purpose, and would not represent land management practices. It should also be noted that, as per the report, the lands can be purchased at appraised value, whichever is less, and there should also be no delay in completing their planning application, as the purchase of the road allowance was a condition of that approval. And it was also noted that the ORA could merge with either of the lands, so either the severed portion or the larger portion. And should committee decide to sell only a portion of the land and deal with the remnant piece at a later date, it should be made clear that we have no mechanism in place to convey this portion if the applicants decide they do not wish to proceed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marie. Are there any questions on the table? Councillor Stone.
All right, so just to be clear, the road allowance goes straight to that small pond back there. So we're asking them to purchase the road allowance that abuts their property only, and then there would be that small piece.
The recommendation is that they purchase the entirety up to the water, despite it not adhering to our policy. If that's approved by committee, then we would notify those two abutting owners, as well as the abutting owner that has severed a portion of his property, to notify that it's being available to be purchased by Cantillon. If they wish to purchase the portion abutting their properties, they can do so. And essentially, I would assume they would share into any survey costs if that were the case.
All right, just
Follow-up? Go
a
ahead.
second or follow-up, just, so, I understand why we don't want to have these landlocked pieces of town-owned land, because I was on the working group that had saw these all over. Although I love Sandhill and what they do and want to help them, they're helping us by building this parking lot as well. So I wouldn't be opposed to just selling them the piece they're asking for. Would it make us, the town, feel any better if we maintained an easement across that piece to our town-owned land? If we just sold the piece that they want?
Are you?
I don't know if that would be logical or required, but I can't speak for the town. I just don't know what we would use that piece of road allowance for as a municipal purpose, aside from somebody wanting to maybe walk it.
Your worship.
Thank you, Chair Renwick. I would echo where Councillor Stone was starting from, which is I'm somewhat sympathetic to the applicant's presentation on this. I would support just selling the portion that they've asked to purchase. I understand the reasons why we don't, as Councillor Stone pointed out, why we don't like these landlocked pieces. But I do believe that, further down the road, we could revisit that perhaps, but or not. We don't. You're saying, no, we don't have that mechanism. And I did hear you say that, Marie. So, okay, I'll park that comment. I am sympathetic. And it's not just the fact that that Sandhill has been such an amazing contributor to what's culturally great in our community, and it's getting better and better. But we know we have issues with Muskoka Road 3, and with their great success, we've heard discussions before with the district about people accessing and leaving the Sandhill driveway. And from my perspective, the work that is being undertaken here is going to try and deal with the challenges that we're facing. In fact, the discussions, as was mentioned this morning, are underway with the district as to what we might do with speed limit signs, but also widening the driveway and maybe different other mechanisms. But it will address the issues around safety that we are now having. So I feel like that's a lot that the applicant is doing. And so I'm, as I said, sympathetic to their request that they would just purchase that part, as long as there is an easement for the other landowners to get through. And I guess that's really it. Yeah, I guess that's it.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This is another unique situation. We're putting Marie through the ringer today.
I know.
Everything she's recommending is right and proper. And then we have to look at it as a unique circumstance and offer different solutions. This one is unique because they're buying the abutting land and there's a road allowance between. If Bob Stone bought some of this land, this 23 acres, and put a driveway off Aspenden Road, there would be no requirement to buy the road allowance. So in a sense, it's given us an opportunity to clean something up. We don't want to maintain that road. and by rights probably shouldn't be if you're looking at what would normally be done. So they benefited from having that road maintained. They can now take that on. I'd also like to look at the cost. Of course, I think, Marie, it's whatever the lower amount is, appraised value or the per square meter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I think obviously they would go at an appraised value, and really an appraised value is pretty close to zero, because if that road allowance was listed for sale today, other than Bob and I buying it just to put some lawn chairs out on it and talk to the staff, there's no real purpose of ownership to anybody other than the owners, so the market value is so low that I think I'd encourage us to sell that piece of that road allowance. I'm kind of with Marie, I must admit. I would prefer to see the extra piece sold as well. But I don't want to hold up this process because we need to get everything sorted out. Now, the caveat to that as well, and I'd ask Marie, when you comment on that, is it true that the road, it looks from the aerial that the road that gets to the neighboring property doesn't even go over that road allowance much? It verges into Sandhill property, does it not?
Marie?
I haven't seen a survey for that portion of the road allowance, but it appears that like the deviation is there. But I know when I visited on site, we don't have proper like GPS or mapping for it. We have a map that we're going on, and it looks like as we're going past where their overflow parking is, we're still on the road allowance that the neighbors are using as the driveway, as their driveway.
I believe Director Maxwell wanted to jump in there as well.
Sorry, thank you. I was just going to clarify with the consent for the creation of the 23-acre parcel, that we were very careful when we were doing that approval to ensure that there was flexibility in the conditions so that it wouldn't be held up because of the road allowance issue that we're dealing with today. We allowed it, and I think Marie mentioned as well, that it could be added to either the 23-acre lot or the existing 100-acre Sandhill parcel, but also that those would be undertakings from a lawyer that would ensure that the final resolution of those pieces could be dealt with at a later date, but we would still be able to create the 23-acre parcel as soon as the rest of the conditions have been fulfilled.
So, Director, is that like dividing the road in half? Is that what? No.
No,
Okay.
actually, yeah, so that the survey that's been done, the draft survey that's been done for that 23 acres is sufficient to create the lot. So.
Great, that's good news. Are there any other comments around the table? Oh, just to follow up? Councilor Morrison?
Just want to chat with Marie because Marie mentioned there is no mechanism after this. So I wonder, Marie, if we go ahead today with just the one piece, can we have any direction for you to offer up the extra piece of land at no cost so it gets off our books other than survey costs? And then they could decide if they want to buy it. Then it's not guaranteed. It puts it out there that we would like that land gone.
Okay, Marie, that's your last question.
I don't think if we don't deal with the remnant parcel today, there's no mechanism in place that we can force them to buy it at a later date, even if we say at a nominal consideration, because there will be costs incurred later on that they may not want to incur. And I realize there's costs incurred now for additional surveying work, but I think we have the mechanism now to deal with that remnant parcel because we have an application in front of us.
Yep, I follow.
Yeah, and I guess my intent there wasn't a mechanism to force them. My intent was that they could be approached throughout this process to make sure that we would like them to buy it and we'd be willing to grant it at $0 or $1, whatever it takes. Not a forcing, but to deal with it while the iron's hot and let them know we're not going to hold up your application, but we would also like you to take this portion at some point because it's about your 100 acres.
Through you, I don't think it's going to hold up the application now if committee chooses to recommend closure of the entire road allowance, it's not going to delay anything.
I guess that wasn't my question was, could we, during this process, let's say we're not going to force them to buy that land, so we're done with that, and we're moving forward, can we then at least let them know that we're not forcing you to buy it, but here's the options. You could have it at $0. You can buy it 2 years from now, but you can enter in an agreement. We can do that, right? It's not forcing, but it's suggesting.
Correct, through you. They do have 2 years after the date of approval to complete the conveyance as it stands now per the policy. So if committee is recommending the balance of the road allowance be declared surplus, I would recommend that it's be declared surplus today.
Councilor Schumacher.
that was essentially my question, but I think Marie pretty much answered it. I'm in favor of just the portion that they want, and I guess because Melissa did speak to the fact that they would come back at some point if they do want it, but I don't know if that has to be within 2 years or whatever. So, but I'm happy with the proposal that they're doing as is.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chairman. Since we don't have any objectors here today on this application, we could ask the applicant if that's amenable to them.
I think it's done, isn't it?
Why?
I think, yeah.
We can ask them to.
Okay. I believe they have had their opportunity to speak prior to this discussion. But CAO Corey, maybe you have something to add?
So
Chair- Chair.
it's, all right, it's my call. Okay, apparently. So it is new information, so we could in fact ask them to speak, but normally we would say no because the protocol is you've had your opportunity to speak before the meeting. So I'm getting a slightly different, but that's, okay, yeah.
CAO Corey?
Thank you, Chair Renwick. So I would always defer to the deputy clerk for advice on procedure. There is new information that's presented. However, that information wasn't shared during the circulation for feedback. Is that correct? The new information is the closure of all of it
I think,
and disposing of the
I
entire road
think,
allowance. Okay.
Let's,
but perhaps
I feel like I'm losing control of this.
yeah,
meeting.
sorry, I know, but sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you, Chair Renwick. If committee would feel that this, if we brought the applicant and their representative back down to the table, do you feel this would be valuable for continued discussion around where we might go on this? And if, I know I can't ask.
I'll speak to that.
For a show of hands, like nod your head to say, yes, we think this would be valuable
Your Worship,
because it's information that seems a bit.
I believe Chair Morrison has, Chair Morrison,
Co-chair.
Councillor, co-chair, has
Yeah,
maybe an explanation.
I think my suggestion kind of took this off the rails. So my suggestion to keep it clean and easy is to vote on the applicant's requested option and then just give staff direction to let the applicant know that the remaining lands will be declared surplus and will be available to them in the future. That's it.
Then if I may jump back, sorry, Chair Renwick.
Go ahead.
I just want confirmation from Marie that is a viable option because it seems a bit, anyway.
I think, as I said before, if we declare it surplus today and don't recommend that it's being purchased by the applicant today, then there's no mechanism in place in the future to deal with this piece at a later date.
So
it will be
it's not
declared
an option, is
surplus,
basically.
and it will probably sit there, as you've seen other remnant parcels that have been sitting around town-owned lands for several years, and they're going to sit there because applicants don't want to, or abutting owners don't want to incur the cost to complete the purchase.
I'm going to go to Councillor Morrison just to follow up, and then I want to go to Councillor
Yeah, I
Fitzgerald.
just think it's being misconstrued. So I'm saying it seems around the table that a lot of people are in the same direction. So we have a choice, just vote on that, move on. I'm not worried about a mechanism to force anything. I'm just saying that as we approve it, staff lets the applicant know that this land is being declared surplus. That's it. No mechanism about forcing, nothing like that. Just vote on the motion or amend to the applicant's favor, and then just declare the land surplus. If it sits there for 10 years, it might sit there for 10 years. But the bottom line is that if somebody else was buying this land, nobody would be buying this road allowance and the town would be maintaining it. So I think we just move forward, declare it all surplus. They buy the one portion, the other portion's made available. That's it.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Through you, Chair, to Marie. You did say there was a 2-year window. Can you enlighten us on that a little bit more?
Correct.
Or
So
again?
So through you, once an application is approved, the applicants have 2 years to complete the actual transfer of the lands.
Okay, thank you, Marie. And Deputy Mayor Arbor?
Maybe going back a little bit here, but so what triggered this originally? Was it the applicant applying for the land, or was it something that came through
The planning application.
the planned application?
Yeah.
So we couldn't leave it status quo. We still own the property. We give them access for driveways off that, and write in the agreement that they maintain it. And we say we're 5,000 a year. We still retain the property, and they get their access and get to use it on a normal basis as they do today.
Through you, I think
Exactly,
to
yeah.
minimize liability, we don't want to have a driveway on our road allowance, even if they take over maintenance obligations.
I'm going to go back over here to Councillor Stone.
Stone, yes.
Yes.
So how much would it cost for them to buy the piece that they want?
Appraised value, which we don't have. If they pay the price per square meter, in my report, it's about $134,000. The appraised value is going to be substantially less.
All right,
If
so
not minimal, as
That
per
if
Councillor
we had a
Morrisall.
number, if we had a number of,
Probably under 5,000. I can't guess. I'm
Sure.
not an appraiser, but it's going
all
to
right,
be a
so
lot less.
can we sell them the whole road allowance for that price? The appraised value of that
We certainly can.
early piece, and then, and it's done,
That would be declaring those lands, that piece, the road surplus, correct? Yeah.
Right, and
At
through
this
you,
date.
it would require additional surveying, which would be $8,000 to $10,000.
Which they don't.
That's borne to the applicants.
So 5,000 has now become more. Yeah.
Yes. Although, again, sorry, through you, as per my recommendation in my report, it was recommended that the larger portion of the road allowance be sold for nominal consideration, which would be $0, aside from the
Aside from the
surveying
survey cost, right.
Yes.
Jessica?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment in terms of the applicants buying the lands at a later date. So Marie's correct in that we don't have any mechanism to enforce that in the future. That being said, an applicant can approach us at any time to purchase the lands, and we can approve or deny based on the application in front of us at that time. So at that time, we would consider that there was this previous application that was approved, it was remnant lands. I just wanted to make that comment.
That's good to know. All right. Yep. So if we look at the motion that's before us now, we're looking at the portion 2 of the surplus here, the roads, the proposed OIR closure. That's the motion before us today.
No, the motion before, my motion in my report was they can purchase part 2 based on the appraised value. The remaining parcel can be sold to them at nominal consideration upon notification of the abutting landowners to see if they wish to purchase their portion of the road allowance.
Right.
If they do not, then Sandhill Cantillon can purchase the entire remaining portion at nominal consideration at $0.
Right.
Plus surveying costs.
Plus surveying costs, right. All right, Councillor Schumacher.
Then I would like to put a motion on the floor for point 2, I believe it is, to approve the closure of only the portion of the unopened road allowance identified in part 2, which is what Sandhill wants. And as I think I did believe I said earlier, Melissa had talked about if at any point they want the other part, they are willing to come back to us and purchase that if it so desires their point.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Are there any seconders? Councillor Fitzgerald has seconded. And so we'll give Jessica a few minutes just to pull that together. Do we need a little break or do we, no, I think she's okay. think we're all a little confused at who the chair is right now. It's okay. Very healthy discussion around the table. It's always good to hear. Yes, awesome. Well, not me, it's your discussion, but it's good. All right.
The mayor doesn't take over, you're good.
All right, so I will read the motion that is before us. So it's moved by Councillor Schumacher and seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that application RC 09-2006 Cantalon, 1686 Aspenden Road, receive preliminary approval in accordance with the section 8.8 of the permanent highway closure policy for the closure of part 2 on the draft reference plan. And then we scroll down. That is deleted, and then further that appropriate easement and or right-of-way rights be established to ensure the continued access to the benefiting properties, and further that the mayor be authorized to sign the necessary documentation pertaining to the closure and sale of the highway. So that is the amendment that we have before us. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment before us. All those in favor? All right, looks like that passes. Thank you. All in favor? And now let's go back to the amended motion. Main motion as amended. Thank you. All those in favor? Great, and that is carried. Thank you. Well done, everyone.
And that's great. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Right. Oh my goodness.
So I will call a lunch break at this
Yes,
point.
because the
before-
pizza is here apparently.
Right. All right, let's do that. Thank you. A 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back at 1:20 p.m. Thank you. All right, and welcome back, everyone. That was a delicious lunch that we just had. We're going to go back. I'm going to hand the chair back over to Councillor Morris for the remainder of this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Renwick, and we will get right into some investment reports from Director Frame once we get her over here. So this first one is for information only regarding report number Corp 2026-46, 2025 annual investment report legal list. And I would like to thank Director Frame for jumping in on these reports last minute. Thank you.
So through you, Chair Morrison. So this is just the annual report. It's the same year after year, just to provide a summary of the investment activity.
Are there any questions from anybody on that investment report? I didn't think so. It's all in there. It's very self-explanatory. So we're going to now go to report number Corp 2026-47, the 2025 investment report for cemetery trust funds, and also for information only.
Thank you. So through you, Chair Morrison, again, this is another one of the annual investment reports specifically for the cemetery trust funds.
Okay, any questions on that for any public listening at home? If you go on the Town of Huntsville agendas, all of this information is on there for your review, and I recommend you check it out. We are going to 6.5.5, again, for information only. It is report number Corp 2026-48, 2025 investment report, prudent investments. And Director Frame.
So through you again, Chair Morrison, another one of our annual investment reports, and this one specifically is about our one investment prudent investor portfolio.
Thank you very much. And without any questions, I will move right into the next report, which is going to be given to us by Director Kalea. And it is report number Corp 2026-49, new proposed council expense policy and staff expense policy. And I do have a motion, which I will get to right here. It is moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. It is recommended that committee approve the following draft policies attached as appendices 1 and 2 to report Corp 2026-49 with both policies to take effect on November 15th, 2026. 1, council expense policy, and 2, staff expense policy. And further that all previous versions of these policies to be repealed effective November 15th, 2026. And further that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to council remuneration bylaw 2025-78 for consideration at the next council meeting. Pass off to Director Clay.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. These are finance policies, but I jumped in as well to do these two for Finance Department. These two policies, one is 5 years old, one is over 10 years old. And the policies were very unclear because they kind of overlapped each other. So what we did is we separated them, and one clear one for council, one clear one for staff, and we updated them.
Okay. Any questions on this report? I will go to Councilor Renwick.
Thank you, Chair Morrison, and thank you, Tanya, for the report. I don't have any concerns with the report other than the introduction of the flat rate meal allowance approval. So my question was, if I go to a conference and I don't have breakfast, but I'm still given a $15 or $20, I think it's $15 for breakfast, I don't have to prove what I had. I just get the $15. If I go for lunch, same thing. It's $25. I don't have to say, like, basically I get $90 for not maybe even spending any money or, buying anything. So I would prefer that we still have the, you can have a flat or an amount per diem, but I think you still have to produce your receipts. I think that's the most important thing.
Okay, and I believe you might have had an amendment put forward. Is that correct? Is that how I should deal with that, Director Kalea? Or should we have discussion on the main motion first? We'll go to Deputy Mayor Armour while you let me know what I have to do.
Just a quick comment on Councillor Renwick's comments there. When I worked for the ministry, they had that type of, they had a per diem of, I think it was $75 a day, and you had to show a receipt, but most people would do just go buy a cup of coffee, and that sufficed it. So they'd save the money for the end of the day to pay for the dinner meal, which is the most expensive. So it's sort of a, you're causing the accounting department now to process receipts for $1.50 to get to the end of the day. It's going to be $90. So this just actually makes it easier for them in the accounting process.
Councilor Renwick?
Thank you. It's just, if I may respond. So, but it also allows people to not submit any receipts and claim $90 and not spend anything. And I think that's just a waste of taxpayers' dollar. if we're not actually going to be, using that amount. I think you have to prove what you're eating or what you're purchasing.
Deputy Mayor Armour?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, it does say in the policy that if you're attending a conference, for example, where breakfast is supplied, lunch is supplied, you don't get those per diems. You'd still only get the $50 per diem for dinner, unless that was supplied, and then you wouldn't get that. So it's not like they're giving free money away. I know it looks that way sometimes, but I think it's easier in bookkeeping and everything. But anyhow, just my opinion of working both systems where you had to have receipts and have no receipts, but.
Councillor Clucci and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Through you, Chair. I like the system. It simplifies everything, and companies that I've worked before, they've gone to this because it's easier on accounting. And like Deputy Mayor Armour said, when the clerks have to sit down and figure out $1.50 when they're still getting $10, say, for breakfast, it's a waste of time. That's a waste of taxpayers' money. Almost every company I know works this way. And I mean, you go out for lunch in Toronto, good luck finding a $25 meal. Okay, so in the long run, it looks like, oh, it's $90. Even dinner at $50. I mean, you're hard pressed, and most of our, if we do go away, we're not going to little towns, we're going to Toronto, we're going to Ottawa, that sort of thing. So it is expensive to go out. So, and even at the $90, I think you can go back through everything that everybody's traveled. $90 is, I don't even think would cover most of it. So the need of producing a receipt when it's on a per diem anyways, if you want to do the receipt thing, then you just go back to the receipts, what you paid. And then you're back into a whole bunch of accounting. This is a lot easier system, and it's foolproof. It's there. Plus budgetary items. When they go to budget for somebody going to a conference, they know that it's going to cost $90 or $75 that day for meals, rather than, okay, they come back and geez, meals are $300, not $250. So.
Councillor Fitzgerald and then Mayor Alcott.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. I agree this will simplify internally what happens. I know it gobbles up a lot of Brenda's time when I go to a conference. And I think it will provide some savings. And I know that I will spend over and above the per diem. I did look at one particular item, and it was 642. Meals shall not be claimed where the cost of the meal has already been paid for at a conference or seminar. There's been lots of times where I've been at a conference and you can't get into one of the lunches because it's packed. So you go and try to the next one. The next one could be 20 minutes away, and when you get there, lunch is over. So I think it's just per diem per day, without the exception of 642.
Okay, I guess before I get to Mayor Alcott, just a question to Director Kalea. Of course, I can't speak to my opinion because I'm in the chair, but I wanted to just ask two questions. One, would there be leeway if somebody came and said that they couldn't get into a lunch or something like that? And secondly, do you think that the time spent on staff reviewing receipts would be more or worth it compared to what money could be going out for stuff that wasn't consumed?
To the first question regarding 6.4.2, that would be hard to prove. I mean, you literally have to ask the counselor proof that they couldn't get into, which the CAO would not do. That would be awkward to put them in that position. So it's up to council whether they want to take that out, but you can see the intention of why that's there. The other question regarding if it's time is that would be, I don't do these, this is Brenda's call, but I couldn't imagine it would take a great deal of time. However, looking after council itself can be a great deal of time. So even a little time is a lot of time. So that is a potential that it could be a lot of time. Now, as far as these, the box in here that shows the differences, London and that kind of thing, the previous treasurer had done some research and got those numbers, and that's why I have them in there to show the differences. So just to provide you a little more info.
Okay, thank you on that, and I'll pass over to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. I just want to echo Councillors Cloutier and Deputy Mayor Armour. I have also worked for the province before, and we had a per diem system. It makes a whole lot of sense. And I understand, Councillor Renwick, what you're saying about having to just prove, but I can't think of any conference I've ever been when I haven't had to actually have lunch or dinner or breakfast or whatever. So, I mean, we actually use those dollars for what we're supposed to use them for. And so I do watch Brenda with all of the receipts and things like that. It's a fair amount of work, even if it is just to, she doesn't have to do the full process. It's still something. And I really like the simplicity of this.
Just one more thing to add.
Okay, over to Councillor Stone first, and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks. So I was happy to see, and I don't know if it's in our present one, about anybody attending a conference or professional development, they have to give a brief report on their return. I think that's a wonderful idea, that we should know what benefits this spend has brought back to the town. So that's great. Disappointed to see cannabis isn't allowed, but anyways.
You didn't have any input on that addition, eh, Councillor Stone? Over to Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Chair Morrison. I guess the other issue I had with the one when meals are included, sometimes we have deputations or we're meeting ministers, and then that coincides with the time they're providing those free meals. All I'm saying is I end up out of pocket a lot at these conferences, and I'm on their behalf of the town. So, why make it more difficult for us? Is my view on it. So I would like to see that one.
Okay, Mayor Alcock.
Thank you. And I think I will weigh on this, the comment being made by Councillor Fitzgerald. I know exactly you're referring to the breakfast sessions and things like that. And they are actually often full. And so it's a case of, and they're trying to get to the next one. And by the time you get to the next one, it's not there. So and you're talking about a $15 per diem for breakfast. I sort of like the idea, and I think you said this, Councillor Cloutier. You get the $90 per diem, and you can use it whatever which way you need to. So I think it might unnecessarily complicate it if you say, but if the meal is there, maybe if you're signed up for a lunch, that's when you don't get that. I don't know. It seems complicated to me. So I'm sort of concurring with Councillor Fitzgerald on that point.
Okay, Councillor Renwick, and then Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So if you are at a conference and lunch and lunch, breakfast, and dinner is included, then you would not get the per diem. But you're saying that if you happen to miss it by chance, then you should still be able to get the per diem, right? So it's kind of contradictory, right? Because if you miss the breakfast, then you're saying, well, I still want the $15.
Councillor Fitzgerald, and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
I guess because if you miss the breakfast, you're going over to Tim Hortons and grabbing a quick breakfast or somewhere when your meeting's over. And as far as lunch goes, at many conferences I've tried to go for lunch, and the one speaking lunch I wanted to go to is packed. The next one could be 20 minutes across the venue, and you get to that one, and that one could be full. Well, lunch is over. So just per diem is the simplest thing, I think.
Okay, but I guess just thinking the trade-off to that is that if then you'd be getting per diem even when breakfast and lunch is included. So you'd be getting paid for meals that you're not consuming. For the people that do make, like if you get into the lunches and breakfast, so we'd be spending taxpayers' dollars on something that's not consumed. Deputy Mayor Armour, Mayor Alcock, and then Councillor Cloutier.
I'm just trying to, instead of debating this too long, and the resolution for this aspect, if you miss a meet or you can't get into breakfast and all that stuff, you have to submit a receipt, and you can't spend over whatever the price is for that day. If it's $15 and you happen missed it, or you miss a lunch, you get $25. You now you have to submit that receipt to prove that you actually paid the money, so you're just not getting a free per diem.
Okay, I think Mayor Alcock, you had your hand up.
Thank you. And I apologize, I was chatting over here. So if that's the case, then that makes sense. Again, I'll go back to it. It's sometimes not, you aren't able to hit one of the lunches because there might be a delegation and you have to attend the delegation. So you've missed that whole thing. But if there is a way to say, so I missed that, I missed the luncheon, so I had lunch and here's my receipt, so I'd like to get the full per diem. And if there's a way of doing that and that's certainly what Deputy Mayor Armour is suggesting.
Director Clay, but it does sound like Councillor Renwick's proposal accomplishes all of that, right? It keeps it transparent then you submit a receipt. But Director Clay?
I believe the deputy mayor was saying, so if you go to a conference, you don't get the per diems because it's included in your conference. What the deputy mayor is saying, that if you do go to a conference, your meals, and you don't get the per diem, however, if you missed something because of what you said, Mayor Alcock, then you could submit one receipt for one meal for for what happened to you.
Okay. Councillor Cloutier, then Councillor Fitzgerald.
I think we should remind everybody here, it's all under the honesty system too. And if you're going away thinking you're going to make an extra $15 doing that, you're doing the wrong job. So let's common sense here. And if we have to, I like the idea of Deputy Mayor that, okay, you missed a lunch, you got to put in for a lunch that's included in the thing, put the receipt in and get it. But I mean, we're banging our heads here. Per diem is per diem. It's all over the world. It's all over the country. It's every company in town. That's what they work at, and that's easier for them to budget for conferences with the per diem thing. That's all. And it's honesty.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cloutier. I think the whole idea of this was to streamline and simplify things and make things easier to process. Any conference I've been to, dinner has never ever been included. So I would suggest that we remove 642 and go with the $90 a day per diem.
Okay. That would be an amendment. Anybody willing to second that amendment? Councillor Cloutier would second that. So that would be removing the item of exclusions when breakfast and lunch is included. So I would ask Director Clay, does that mean that everybody gets the 90 days regardless of whether or not breakfast and lunch is included? 90 days, $90. I feel like we've been here for 90 days. So that would mean that there could be a lot more money going out from taxpayers' dollars towards something that wasn't consumed. So just to be aware. Because we don't know how many times people don't make it, right? So Councillor Fitzgerald and then Councillor Cloutier, Deputy Mayor.
I'm wondering if we did the quick math on it. There's 4 or 5 conferences and 3 or 4 people attending those conferences for 3 days maybe. So it's very minimal costs and saving a lot of time on our assistant doing paperwork.
Okay, keep in mind it's staff and council, right? This is the policy for both. This is just the council portion? Okay. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Just more of a comment. So you go to a conference at Roma, for example, at the Sheridan, and you go for breakfast, it's going to be a $30 tab every time. Because you're eating within a restaurant, unless you get a cab and go someplace. Lunch is always going to be $40 or $50, and then dinner, probably $100. You're saving a lot of money, I think, by going by per diem than actually submitting receipts. Just the fact that I've gone to these conferences and seen that cost skyrocket, where you're spending a lot of money on breakfast or lunch, just because of the location you're in, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever spent $100 on dinner without alcohol, but so I mean, most entrees are around between $20 to $40, but I just worry that, well, I can't say too much because I'm in the chair, but I just think about transparency and accountability. CEO Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the intent of the policy was to recognize that when you pay a registration for a conference, that includes certain meals. So it typically would have breakfast and lunch. Our staff associations, we actually do have dinners are typically included in those for the most part. But if you're talking about AMO and Roma, that's true. It's just breakfast and lunch. Counselor Fitzgerald is not wrong. I myself have been running from venue to venue trying to get into the free lunch as they're closing the door, and then you're out of luck because they don't expect everybody at the conference to attend the working session. So we do try to get in, and sometimes we can't. But I think it's fair to say that if the initial policy says that our standard process is that if you're registered for a conference, then breakfast and lunch are included. You should try to get there. If you can't because you have a delegation, or if you can't get into one of the free lunch rooms, you bring your receipt back. The conversation occurs with myself as a CAO. And if I run up, if we see that it's constantly something that's happening, every conference, say that a member of council goes to, and they're always claiming for breakfast and lunch, that's a discussion I would have with the mayor. Then the mayor could deal with it accordingly. But I do feel it's something that can be managed, but the intent should be, you should always eat the free meal.
Okay. I guess I have a question for Director Kalea then. Sounds like Councillor Renwick's motion was to ensure that only dollars spent get reimbursed. And my question to you is if the old policy stays in place where you provide receipts, does it accomplish that? So if somebody misses a breakfast, they would get compensated, and they wouldn't get a $50 dinner if they bought a $22 burger. And then I'm just thinking staff time, and that would be involved, in my opinion, minimal staff time. I've gone a lot of conferences as self-employed, do my expenses when I get back. It takes me all of about 10 or 15 minutes. So that's for one person, of course, not 3 or 4. So would that accomplish the goal of Councillor Renwick's motion?
I think one of the things that why we put it in here this time is because this has been occurring. So we were putting in here to clarify, to say, if you're at a conference, you're using the conference registration fee to pay for your meals. So that's why it was put in here, because it is occurring now. So if we took it out, it would go back to that occurring.
So I was more in particular, Councillor Renwick's motion about just providing receipts with a cap of $90 a day for all that instance plus all the others that would occur.
If you took out 6.4.2 and changed it to the cap of 90 days, the issue we're having now will still occur. Did I say 90 days? Yeah.
That is my fault, Director Kalea. Completely my fault. Yeah, so the original motion as presented, along with Councillor Renwick's amendment, that's what I'm speaking to, or that hasn't been on the floor yet.
No,
I should say her suggestion, not her
I-
amendment.
Yeah, I believe Councillor Renwick said she wanted to discuss, and everyone was discussing the point. I didn't hear her say I'd like to put a motion on the floor with any seconder.
Correct. It was a suggestion, not an amendment at the time.
If I may, Chair Morris, if I may make that motion, and I have a seconder, and we have discussed.
And some wording around the motion, just because I know we went around the table a bit. So what would your amendment need to include for the clerk? I think it might be already prepared, right?
If I can, Chair Morrison, I believe as that discussion was going on, over here made another motion first.
Right. So we should address the first motion on 642. That was moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Cluche. So we work on some wording for that and then address Councillor Renwick's potential amendment. Just give us a minute. Director Kalea?
Can I just clarify, Chair Morrison? So the 6.4.2 in the council to that meals not be claimed where the cost is already in a conference is also in the staff one. So you're assuming it be eliminated from both. Is that correct?
That would be up to these guys. That's why I mentioned that it is staff and council.
Okay.
And the running around. Okay, so Jessica's working on the wording. Councillor Fitzgerald.
I guess there's a misconception that I can go away and I can afford all this extra stuff at a conference, and in a lot of cases, it's not. It's taxing on my budget.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think just factually, I think Councillor Renwick's suggestion was that the $90 is reasonable, but receipts be provided. So, so I think that's all that she was saying. if I'm, don't want to put words in your mouth. So as we get the amendment for Councillor Cloutier and Councillor Fitzgerald up, we'll have a discussion on that.
Sorry,
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, it was for both policies, the sections in both.
Yes. Okay, so the original motion was read. I will read the amendment. So after Corp 2026-49, it will say with the removal of sections 4.5.2 in the staff expense policy and 6.4.2 in the council expense policy. Any other discussion on that amendment? Oh, is there something wrong? Okay, so I think it was just the original motion with that change, but if we want to bring it up again one more time? Because the 6.4.2 and 4.5.2 is in the supporting documents, right?
Yeah, so those are the two sections that refer to the meals at the conference.
CEO Corey?
So I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure that we're clear. So I just have the council policy up in front of me. So 642. So if we remove that section, then it doesn't suggest that you should eat the meals at the conference, which I don't believe was the intent of the proposed change. I think the intent of the proposed change was to say that we have the per diems. You should eat the food at the conferences, but if something happens and you can't, then you submit receipts, but you submit receipts for all of it. So you submit receipts for everything, but you should still try to eat what's included at the conference. So I don't think so I'm thinking some direction from, oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Councillor Fitzgerald. I didn't realize that was the intent. That's not the read I took on the table. But that was his. Okay, I apologize.
So, Councillor Fitzgerald, do you want to speak to that? Because I think the intention was to get away from the forced to eat the lunches when sometimes you can't make it to the lunches.
Well, it's not even forced either, because if you're away for 5 days at a conference, how many hard muffins can you have for breakfast as well?
So you're saying sometimes when breakfast is included, it's not breakfast?
Correct. So, but there is a lot of instances where we've been doing deputations or meeting ministers, or I have meetings with a mayor from another town or a councillor from another town discussing a process they've been through, and they want to meet for breakfast, and that's the only availability they have. So the flexibility in the per diem is most beneficial for what you're trying to accomplish if you're away at a conference.
Okay, I'm going to ask Director Kalea, how urgent is it that this gets passed today? Because it sounds like there's a lot of different ideas running around, and I'd rather get it right. Is this something that could be deferred for more consultation amongst staff and the mayor, et cetera, or is it something that needs to be decided today?
It needs to be decided today because I have a bylaw amendment for council, the council remuneration as part of this in September.
Fair enough. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Well, I'm just getting some clarification in my head. So is Councillor Renwick thinking about maximum $90 a day with receipts? So if you spent $110, you still only get $90. Is that what you're saying?
I think for right now, we can only speak to the amendment that's on the floor. So we can't speak to Councillor Renwick's suggestion. So we have to stick to the amendment. So on Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Cloutier's amendment, any comments on that? Councillor Fitzgerald?
I think the whole process was of this report is to streamline everything and make everything more efficient. And we certainly haven't achieved that here today.
Okay. Any other comments before I call the vote on the amendment? Okay. So to CEO Corey's point, CEO Corey has pointed out that if we remove these items, it removes the entire section about provided breakfast and lunch completely. So you would basically get $90 per day, full stop, every conference every day, with no provisos of using so even if there's a lunch included and you eat that lunch, you would still get the $25 for the lunch that you didn't pay for. Mayor Alcock?
I'm waiting for Councillor Stone to respond, but I'm
He's-
going to slip
he's-
in there. I'm
he's
going to slip
dumbfounded.
in there
Yeah.
because I understood what you were saying, Councillor Fitzgerald, and I also agree with you, Councillor Cloutier. There's the whole honor system. Having said that, I think staff have put in a substantial amount of time in their recommendation, and I do like the idea that, you know, if we go to AMO, when we go to AMO, they do have all sorts of breakfasts and they do have lunches. And so it is a way of encouraging you to go. I go, we all do. I know we do. And I also hear you. Sometimes you do have to meet someone, and breakfast is one of the only times. And so you go off-site to do it. Maybe you don't do it. Maybe you do it during the meeting then or something. So at this point, I am going to support the staff recommendation.
Okay.
So will I.
Councillor Stone, you go ahead. You figured it out and you're ready to talk. You don't have any. I thought you wanted to jump in and say something.
I just wanted to agree with the mayor. I agree with the recommendation in the staff report.
Okay. And then if someone needs to meet with you, you can meet at the communal breakfast, just like being in a communal restaurant. Any other comments on the amendment? Okay, I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? All opposed? Okay, so that is defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. Do we have any amendments on the main motion? I think Councillor Renwick, you might have had one.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So my only amendment to the main motion would be that if you are at a conference and you happen to not stay within your, like the daily allocations of food, and you do go out, you have to present a receipt. So if you are asked to eat the food that's there, but if you happen to miss a meeting or you sleep in or something, you don't make it for breakfast, and you go out for breakfast, then you just got to provide that receipt, and you'll be covered for $15 of that breakfast. Right?
Yeah, so
As
you're
per the
saying
per diem.
the per diem of $90 and the breakdown of 15, 25, and 50 or whatever it is, you'll be entitled to up to $90 and you'll be paid based on the receipts you provide. Okay. And we can work on the wording of that. I think there was something actually already prepared. So we can have, maybe we'll have Jessica put up the amendment first and then we'll start the discussion.
As you could see that I struggled with the last amendment, so this one's a substitution.
Okay, so this is a motion to substitute and it'll go up on the screen here in a second. Okay, and I will read it. So it is recommended that the motion be substituted for the following. It is recommended that committee approve the draft council expense policy and the draft staff expense policy attached as appendices 1 and 2 to Report Corp 2026-49, subject to the following amendment. 1, the flat rate per diem method of meal reimbursement be removed from both policies, and Schedule 1 meal allowances be retained in both policies as the maximum reimbursement limits for actual meal expenses, supported by original itemized receipts. And further, that both policies to take effect on November 15th. The rest of it is the same. So that line 1 is just going to the notion that you submit receipts, you get reimbursed for what you spend up to $90. Any discussion on that motion or that substitution? Yes, Mayor Alcock.
So basically, we're going back to our receipt system, but the only difference is that there's a cap of $90. So that's what you're proposing. You want the existing system, but you want the cap too.
If I may, Chair Morrison, just if you are at a conference and you are provided lunch, breakfast, and dinner, we would assume that you would eat that. That's covered in the cost and the payment that we've already done. If you're not going to go to those lunch, breakfast, and dinner, and you're paying outside of that, then yeah, you have to produce a receipt for that outside of the $90 or the allocated food that you're getting with the conference. If you don't make it for breakfast, you got to bring your receipt in for that breakfast.
So that would also take away 6.4.2. Mayor Alcock?
But that's the thing. What you're saying.
It would be just one more amendment.
The
yeah.
policy that's being proposed by staff, actually, we're already doing that. We're saying if we're going to AMO, we're not going to get the per diem rate for breakfast or lunch because AMO provides that. So when you say, if I don't go to the lunch and I'm going off, well, you're not going to be reimbursed for that because lunch is provided at AMO. Yeah.
I
So
think-
it seems I don't really understand the purpose then.
Well, I think if I may, the motion as it's worded would be that, kind of like the old system, you have up to $90, the 15, 25, and 50 to spend, which has been working for many, many years. But that motion that Councilor Renwick is proposing ensures that only money that is being spent actually gets reimbursed by the taxpayer, which is the purpose of your motion, I believe. As opposed to somebody gets a $20 burger and gets $50 for their dinner from the taxpayer. Councilor Schumacher?
Yeah, I know I seconded this and now I'm confused even with what Councilor Renwick is saying. I do, in rereading this, appreciate what staff have done here. I like 6.4.2, that we should eat the meals that are provided at the conference. And then 6.4.3, that gives me the option. I can do either itemized receipt method or I can do flat rate method. Correct? Tanya?
Director Clea.
That is correct. So take the conferences out of the picture.
Okay.
Now your daily function as a member of council, what Councillor Renwick is put on the floor is that she is taking, you get $90 a day with receipts. That's it. Take the conference thought out. That's been defeated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but right now, the way it reads is in the staff report, I could choose either one. What Councilor Renwick is saying, only the itemized receipt option. Correct. Okay.
Yeah, so the question with this substitution is going with the new format where you get $90 per day per diem other than when there is meals included. That's the staff report. The motion to substitute would say that you get up to $90 maximum broken down into the amount per meals, but only what is on the receipts that you provide. So if you spend $48 in meals that day, you're not going to get the 90, you'll get just what you consumed. So that's the question on the substitution. Deputy Mayor Armour?
Just for my own clarification, so if you spend $3 on breakfast and $5 on lunch, do you get the rest of the per diem to pay on dinner?
No,
Up to a maximum of $90, but you have, so now you're forcing the person, well, I guess you're not forcing the person, wrong words. So if you don't, anyhow.
No,
I think you're making it way more confusing than it needs to be. And I'm getting a lot of head shakes from staff over there, so.
I don't think that would be the case. It sounds like it would be that it's still broken down in the report as 15, 25, and 50. And you would provide receipts within those parameters per meal and you get reimbursed for what you eat. Councilor Cluche?
Again, I will go back to, it's called honesty. And every company that has per diem, it's through honesty. So, I mean, if you're getting that conference meal, okay, now if you miss the breakfast because of meetings or whatever, and you can prove it, that you've had a meeting or whatever, you can put your receipt in for that breakfast, but you only get up to $15. I'm sure there wouldn't be a problem. But I mean, for saying, okay, you get $25 for lunch and you only spent $20, you only get $20 because you went off. Just like you got to simplify things for staff and you got to simplify things for yourself. And as Councillor Fitzgerald said, like go home, these cost money when we go away. It's pretty hard to eat down in Toronto for $90. Okay, and some conferences, out of the only ones I go to are Good Roads, and we might get one breakfast. That's it. Might. So duty, when I come back, I'm still out of pocket, probably $150 for those days that we're down there, even if not more, just covering meals. Go to Toronto and buy a $50 supper. Try it. That's around where we are at where the conferences are. Good luck. Like, and it all comes back to, again, honesty. Like, we're beating the crap out of this for a simplified receipt that thinks somebody's cheating. If you're cheating, you shouldn't be sitting at this table.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't think anyone's accusing anybody of cheating. It's just looking for being reimbursed for what you consume. CEO Corey.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. So there's a few discussions going on, so if we can just break it down. So the first discussion, what I hear around the table, is 6.4.2, which is the clause that speaks to if you're going to a conference and you get breakfast and lunch, you can't claim for that. I'm also hearing that there are times at conferences whereby you might miss those meals because you can't get in, or you're having a delegation with the minister, or whatever the case may be. So for 6.4.2, if committee was willing to entertain, or someone wished to entertain, an additional sentence to that clause that strictly stated, if the attending member is unable to participate in these meals, that an itemized receipt be submitted for, I don't know if we say for consideration or for CAO or review or whatever the case may be. So that way, if you do miss it, you can still submit a receipt.
But then it's not automatic. Now, Director Kalea, to that, because we defeated the motion to amend 6.4.2, can we introduce another amendment about 6.4.2?
We have Councillor Renwick's motion on the floor at the moment.
So that's all we can discuss is the motion to substitute right now. And I guess then we can discuss 6.4.2 again and find out from Director Clay if we're allowed to propose amendments on something that's already been defeated. Okay, any more discussion on Councillor Renwick's motion to substitute? Okay, I'll call the question on the motion to substitute. All those in favor? All those against? Okay, and that's defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. And then I'll ask Director Clay the question, are we allowed to revisit an amendment on 6.4.2, seeing how the first amendment was defeated? We're back to the original motion right now, but CEO Corey brought up the idea of revisiting 6.4.2, so I'm just trying to find out if we're allowed to or not.
Chair Morrison, it can, the amendment can be reconsidered if it was defeated. So who voted to defeat it? By somebody who voted to defeat it can reconsider it.
Okay, so if if one of Dan, Nancy, Bob, Dion, or Helena wanted to reconsider it, we could bring it back, and Mayor Alcock is saying that she would, so we're going to bring it back, but what are we bringing back? We're not reconsidering, it'd be a different amendment based on CEO Corey's comments.
If I could, Chair Morrison, if you put the motion that Councillor Fitzgerald had on the floor and that was defeated, we're going to reconsider that amendment.
And some wording could be changed.
By, we're asking if we can reconsider the amendment by Mayor Alcock and, sorry, I missed the seconder.
Well, you need two people who defeated it?
Need two people just to reconsider it and bring
Okay,
it
so
back
Mayor
on the
Alcock is
floor.
one. Is there a second person, Councillor Stone? So Mayor Alcock and Councillor Stone are bringing back the motion to amend. That was defeated. And at that point, could somebody change the wording or amend
Yeah,
the
if you have
amendment?
a
Okay.
vote on that.
Yeah, and it's right now it's only CEO Corey's wording. Nobody from council has discussed any wording.
Sorry, Chair Morrison. If the motion to reconsider it by Mayor Alcock and
We vote on the motion to reconsider. Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider moved by Mayor Alcock and seconded by Councillor Stone. I'll take a vote on the motion to reconsider. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, so it's now back on the table.
back to Councillor Fitzgerald's amendment.
So Councillor Fitzgerald's amendment, is there any change to the wording on the motion to amend? Mayor Alcock.
Yes, there is, and I don't have it in front of me, but it is exactly as it was proposed by, or as a possible option by CAO Corey. And I believe that our deputy clerk has it in front of her now, so maybe could put it up on the screen.
Okay, so we're going to have the amended amendment on the screen in a second. Okay, we have the wording up here now. So the blue, so I'm just going to read it. The motion is the motion to amend the amendment. It is recommended that committee approve the following draft policies attached as appendices 1 and 2 to Report Corp 2026-49, with the addition of, should an attending member staff not be able to attend a meal or meals included in the conference, an itemized receipt can be submitted for consideration of payment. 4.5.2 in the staff expense policy and 6.4.2 in the council expense policy, with both policies to take effect on November 15th, and the rest is the same. So that kind of gets to what Councillor Fitzgerald's intention was, but also covers off, so it's only for the times that you don't make it. I like it. Any discussion on this new wording? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And there's nobody opposed, so that carries. So now we have the amendment to the amendment has passed. And now is it the original motion, the main motion as amended, or the amendment as amended? Okay, so now I'll call the question on the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And that carries. Then I guess I'll have some new paperwork to sign. Okay, so now I got to get my spot back on the agenda. We are moving on to 6.5.7, Director Clay again regarding report number Corp 2026-50, the Muskoka Compliance Audit Committee, and I'll pass it over.
Thank you, Chair Morrison. Everybody is familiar with this committee. That is for the any compliance audits that occur as a result of the 2026 municipal election. It is in conjunction with the other 5 municipalities in Muskoka, and a bylaw will be coming forward to you before October 1st when it's due.
All right, any questions on this? It is for information only. And with no questions, I will enthusiastically pass the chair back to Mayor Alcock.
Thank you very much, Chair Morrison. And I have to confess, you had all of the difficult reports today. And who knew they would be so difficult? But we had a healthy discussion around every one of them. Okay, new business. And the first item is the follow-up to our deputation from Community Living Huntsville with respect to the Community Living Huntsville Youth Employment Program. And so thankfully, we have a proposed motion that I would love to put on the screen, and I need a mover and a seconder. It's been moved by Councillor Stone and seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Okay. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Schumacher, whereas committee received a deputation from Community Living Huntsville requesting the youth employment program be considered in the Mayor's draft 2027 budget. Now, therefore, it is recommended that staff report back on options for including the Community Living Youth Employment Program in the Mayor's draft 2027 budget. And as I understand it, this is open-ended enough. There are many ways that we might be able to address it. I was fortunate enough to talk to Keith during the break, and there are different ways that we might be able to do this. So that's the purpose of this staff report, to look at all of those options. Councillor Stone?
This really wouldn't be an extra line item in the budget. I wouldn't think it would be staffing.
And so that's exactly why we're asking the report to come back from HR, because there might be different ways of doing it out of each department and
Perfect.
and tacking it on, but let them use their creativity. I think that's basically what this motion is saying. So are there any questions or comments with respect to that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. All right, and then the next item is really, we're asking council for permission with respect to a former resolution, GC 5526, report number development 2026-47 vehicle for hire bylaw amendments. And when we dealt with this, we had asked that this report come back to this committee for further discussion. And this month, sorry, we had asked that it come back this month. And so staff are asking us if it is okay to postpone this. And so I don't need to read the original motion because it was exactly as it was in our agenda package. But what the motion we have before us today, it has been moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that Report Development 2026-47 be postponed until September General Committee to allow staff additional time to consult with all vehicle for hire providers. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. Are there any questions about that from anybody? It's 10 after 2. I wonder why there aren't any questions. Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Terrific, and thank you, Council, for that. No new information. We don't have anything in closed. No business arising from closed. So the last item I have has been moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that we do now adjourn at 2:12 p.m. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody. That was a much longer meeting than we thought it would be.